Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei had Misunderstanding with Girls and joined Royal Biblia Academy of Trinity 7 Part 2. Before we start, please go support issei-senyu for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 13, Attack on the Academy Part 2. We stayed at the moment when Issei was in front of Hijiri while he was hugging Lise by the waist. Issei, very well Hijiri, it's time for our counterattack. At this, Hijiri just smiled. Issei, girls, I know it's selfish, but please, I need your help. Girls, hi. Then Lise kisses Issei on the cheek. Lise, I will always help you, darling. At that, Issei started to talk to Lise, but suddenly he is interrupted because someone speaks to him. Luff, sorry to interrupt. At that, Issei turns around and sees that the white-haired girl from before was talking to him. Issei, huh? Luff, that man just touched my chest, but he ignores me as if nothing happened. Luff said this with a very slight, almost imperceptible blush. Levi, don't worry, Luff-san. At that, Levi approaches where they were while talking. Levi, Issei-san's goal is to do perverted things with all the magicians in the world. Issei, again with that? Levi, but you would like it, right? Issei, maybe? At that, Lilith shouts at Issei. Lilith, Issei. Luff, I'm puzzled. I didn't think the demon king of Hijiri would try to make me one of his lovers. Hijiri, well, Issei-san has always been like that. He said this with a drop in his head as he remembered when they sent him to observe Issei for a while, and all he did was spy on the girls while they changed clothes with two others. While Hijiri said that, all the others looked at Issei with a sober look that showed anger and a little jealousy. Meanwhile, Issei simply looked away. At that, Issei coughed while covering his mouth with his fist. Issei, ahem, very well, here we go. At that, Issei takes out his two grimoires and holds them in his right hand. Hijiri, I see that you haven't fully recovered your magic, but I won't hold back. Issei, okay, we'll also tell you everything, girls. Girls, yes? Issei, connection to Superbia file, run theme. This is how Issei activates his Magus mode to face Hijiri. Hijiri, reconnect to anger file, run theme. Eren, connection to anger file, run theme. Lilith, connection to Luxuria file, run theme. Levi, connection to Nvidia file, run theme. Look, connection to Superbia file, run theme. Akio, connection to Gluttony file, run theme. Yui, connection to Avaricia file, run theme. Lise, connection to Ace-Def file, run theme. So everyone activated their Magus modes for the confrontation. While they were preparing, they were being watched by two people who were above them. One was the director of the Bible Academy, and the other was a hooded woman. Director, wow, looks like it's finally started. Unknown, that's how I see it. At that, the unknown woman takes off her hood, revealing that she was a girl with pink hair. Unknown, what about us? Principal, no, thank you. If the paladin director of the Liber Academy were to face another paladin like me, we would end the entire world. Director, ha ha ha, you're right. Are we going to stay and watch what happens? Director, of course, although it is obvious who will win. Director, not even a dissident like you should be so sure. Director, no, Master Liber-chan, you still don't know how powerful Issei-kun really is. Director, who, very well, do you want to bet which candidate for Demon King will win, brat? Director, don't be so hard on me, Master Liber-chan. While returning with the confrontation of Issei against Hijiri. Hijiri, alright, here I go, Victimskvaya. Thus, from the magic circle in front of Hijiri, several black and red rays come out in their direction to attack them, but look, they counter their attack. Look, white universe. So look, he releases a wave of power that collides with the black rays and they begin to retreat without problems until he vanishes. Look, I finished analyzing your ruin, partam and analysis. Hijiri, I expected nothing less from you. I don't deny that my chaotic rune and Eren Sands are weak against your Gehenna scope. At that, Hijiri stops talking quickly as she feels something behind her. Akio, I won't give you a single breath. At that, Hijiri turns around in surprise, but Luff stands in front of her with his sword in hand. Luff, I won't allow it. At that, Akio hits his kick against Luff's sword and a strong current of wind is produced, while at the same time several cracks appear on the sword. Luff, is he stronger than me? Akio, take this. At that, Akio turns around and kicks again with his other foot, which causes the sword to break and Luff to fly against a wall due to the force of Akio's blow. Akio, sorry, but if I reinforce my kicks with mantra enchant and power them up even more with Arch Symphony, you have no chance. Yui, my Arch Symphony works especially well with Akio-chan's enchant mantra. Luff, they destroyed the last of my items. At that moment, when Luff finishes speaking, she faints from exhaustion and the force of the blow. Meanwhile, with the others, right now Levi and Lise are going to attack Hijiri. Levi, whatever it is. Lise, we won't let this opportunity pass us by. At that, the two jump to attack Hijiri, but he blocks them with the magic circle and causes them to bounce backwards. Hijiri, in fact, Vegdamsvaya has another name. Baldur's Blessing is both a defensive and offensive technique. Aaron, Baldur's Blessing? Levi, do you know her, Aaron-san? Lise, what's going on? I can't analyze your magic circles. Aaron, it's about the legend of the god Baldur. I'm the only one who can break down that barrier. Levi, very well then we will support you. Lise, yes, we're counting on you. At that point the two of them charge at Hijiri again. Hijiri, they just want to distract me so that Aaron-san can destroy my magic circles. It won't work. At that moment, when they were halfway there, Hijiri raises his left arm and from the tips of his fingers, black and red rays come out like the previous ones, except this time instead of going towards Levi and Lise, they pass by their side, going directly against Aaron, and they hit the place, which causes the ground to be destroyed and a lot of dust to rise. But when Hijiri looks to where Aaron should be, she sees that instead of her, Lise and Levi were sitting on the floor. Levi, it was a replacement technique that uses portals. Lise, it was a teleportation, wasn't it? Hijiri, did Levi-san and Lise-san change places with Aaron-san? Aaron, that's right. At that, Hijiri looks up and sees Aaron, who was floating. Aaron, secret technique Mistiltine. At that point, Aaron launches an attack against Hijiri with his spear, who protects herself with her magic circle, but suddenly it begins to form cracks until the magic circle is completely destroyed. Aaron, now husbands. Lilith-sensei. Issei, very good. In that we see how Issei was behind Lilith while she had her rifle in her hands. She was aiming at Hijiri while Issei was giving her power to combine their attacks and make one more powerful. Issei, thanks girls. I'll put all my magic into this shot. Lilith. Lilith, we will not waste the opportunity that was given to us. And that Lilith fixes the target. Issei, shoot. Both, Meteor Dragon. At that, a large blue dragon shot out of the rifle, but it had some spots of green power on it. When the attack reached Hijiri, she raised her left hand and stopped the attack, but while she was blocking the attack, she saw something that caused her to lose focus, causing the attack to pierce her protection spell. Hijiri, I see the Demon King is going to. In that everything is wrapped in a pillar of very strong blue light, but this disappears after a few seconds, revealing Hijiri, who has just been defeated and had lost her Magus mode. At that, Issei approaches Hijiri to see how she was doing. Issei, wake up. At that, Hijiri opens his eyes and looks at Issei. Hijiri, Issei-san. At that, Issei lifts Hijiri a little. Hijiri, I didn't expect that attack. I underestimated you because you weren't using all your power, but Lilith Asami, she is Issei-san. Pay attention, I'll tell you the truth of the world. Issei, the truth? Hijiri, yes, I was absorbed by a phenomenon of rupture that threw me out of this world. I found myself in an empty reality with nothing enough to show how false this world is. I realized the sweet ground in which I was living, but part of me was satisfied. I could observe from there your life, how you grew and with whom you related, although there were periods for which you disappeared completely. Then I lost the notion of time and I was about to faint. While she was speaking, we can see how Hijiri, after being absorbed by the collapse phenomenon, found herself in a completely black world, and as time passed she could sometimes see Issei's life and slowly she fell in love with him. After a while she saw a blue sphere appear from the ground. Hijiri, but suddenly I saw the world from the outside, then I saw that you, the Trinity 7 along with some other girls had destroyed the world. In Hijiri's vision, she was seeing the future. She could see how Issei in his astral mode was sitting on a throne while he was surrounded by the DXD girls and also by the Trinity 7, but they were all naked and Issei was kissing a red-haired girl and a pink-haired girl. Hijiri observed. At that Hijiri created a blue orb in his right hand. Hijiri, the world is destined to be destroyed by the Demon King along with the Trinity 7. At that, the blue sphere in Hijiri's hand changed to a dark gray color, and then crumbled into dust. Hijiri will cease to exist to open the way to a new world. So another blue sphere appears in Hijiri's hand. Hijiri, however, the Demon King and the Trinity 7 will meet again, and the world will be destroyed once again. I have seen the Demon King destroy worlds over and over again. That is the future I expected for this world. This is a world where everything repeats itself, it is an infinite cycle. Hijiri, it's inevitable that it will happen again. A candidate for Demon King will become king, and said Demon King will destroy the world they live in. Hijiri, that's why I wanted to avoid a world in which you were nothing more than a simple tool in that endless cycle of reincarnation. I will destroy this world in order to reform it. This is our goal as I scare it. Issei, I see, so you did it for me? Hijiri, you noticed. Issei, you are not the type of person who gets angry about things that happen to you. You are completely opposite to your topic. Hijiri hears this and lets out a slight laugh. Hijiri, I didn't want you to become the Demon King of an empire. That's why I wanted to destroy the world to create another one where you can laugh and smile. At that, Hijiri begins to shed tears. Seeing this, Issei begins to wipe the tears from Hijiri's face with his hand. Issei, don't worry, my theme is control. The Demon King will be under my control, and if all that has happened because of the world, I will control the world. Hijiri becomes happy upon hearing this. Hijiri, you are just as I saw you, Issei-san. I think it is an excellent goal. After that, Hijiri starts to shine with a blue light. Issei, Hijiri? Hijiri, to tell the truth, I cannot stay in this world for long. My true existence is nothing more than an incorporeal being that travels through the vortices of space and time. Issei, wait. At that, the blue glow becomes more intense so that Hijiri then turns into a blue crystal, but when Issei was about to take it, it rises and is caught by the pink-haired girl who was wearing a hood. Issei, what? At that, Issei sees the pink-haired girl angrily. Director, Iscariot can't afford to lose a girl who is capable of facing the Demon King. Issei, what do you plan to do with Hijiri? Director, it's our ace up our sleeve to defeat you. Issei, you'll see, I'll rescue her from her dirty little ones. At that, the director of the Liber Academy starts to laugh. Director, will you save someone who can kill you? Very well, I'll turn it into the perfect weapon to take down the Demon King. After that, the director takes a few steps and disappears from the place. After she leaves, everything remains silent for a few seconds. Lilith, Issei. Eren, husband. Issei, there's nothing else to do for now. I hope you help me. After that, Issei turns towards the girls and suddenly his clothes are completely destroyed, leaving him totally naked in front of Eren and Lilith. Lilith blushed at the simple fact of seeing Issei naked, while Eren looked down and got a surprise from her husband. Eren, sad face, thinking big. Issei, huh? Lilith, Issei. Time skip. Now we find ourselves in the schoolyard. We can see how Issei is lying on the grass thinking about what has happened until now, and that he has been away from his girls for almost a month. They must be worried about him, so he said that he would tell the director that he would be gone for a few days and that then he would return. He would leave to deliver a report to Sirzek and also see his girls. While he was observing the sky, something blocked the light, and when he saw it, he noticed that it was Lilith who was looking at him. Lilith, did you come to take a nap, Issei? Issei, what's happening, Lilith? Lilith, do you have time to accompany me? Issei, huh? Time jump. Now we find ourselves in the city that is near the Bible Academy, and we can see how Issei and Lilith were walking through its streets. both of whom were wearing casual clothes and not their school uniform. Issei, this is my first time coming to the city since I transferred. Lilith, that's why I invited you. Where do you want to go, Issei? Issei, I'm not sure. What about you, Lilith? Do you want to buy something or visit somewhere? Lilith, huh? Issei, well, you see, you've taken care of me since I arrived. I wanted to do something to thank you. Lilith, hearing this, gets nervous, blushes, and starts playing with her fingers. Lilith, and no, I'm a teacher. It's my duty to help you. Issei, even so, you always worry about me and I really appreciate that. Lilith blushes even more upon hearing Issei's compliment, and is now steaming from her ears. After that they continued walking for a few more minutes until Lilith starts talking. You saved me when you were coming to the academy. You shouldn't feel like you owe me a favor. Issei, really? Lilith, how about we go get something to eat? Issei, good idea, Lilith, let's go. While they were talking, they didn't realize that they were being watched by 5 people who were Levi, Yui, Aaron, Selena, and Lise. All of them had been following Issei and Lilith for a while, avoiding them from discovering them, but they all had a jealous face except that some were more surprised than others. Lilith, are we leaving? After walking for a while, Issei and Lilith arrive at a restaurant and decide to enter. When they enter, they are greeted by a maid. Look, welcome. She looks at who entered the restaurant, and turns completely red to see Issei in that place, and that she was wearing that outfit. Issei, wow, look, do you work here? Lilith, oh hello Mirasan. Look, what are you doing here? Issei, we just wanted to eat something, right? At that Issei begins to closely observe Mira, who becomes even more nervous and begins to tremble. Issei, if it seems fine to me, you look very pretty, Mira-san. Look, how pretty? Then another person arrives. Akio, wow! Welcome Issei and Sensei. Issei, do you also work here, Akio? Akio, my file is gluttony, isn't it? Do you want to eat well? At that moment, a great banquet appears in front of Issei and Lilith, which surprises Issei and Lilith. Akio, eat as much as you want, I'm treating. Issei, really? Akio, yes. While they were talking, the girls who were following Issei at that moment were hiding behind a wall so they wouldn't be seen. Akio, I couldn't do anything at the Liber Academy. Yui, great. Aaron, silence, they will see us. After eating, Issei and Lilith continued with their date around the city. Issei and Lilith took a walk through the center while they saw several stores. After that, they both went for some ice cream. After the ice cream, they continued with their walk, and while they were walking, Issei saw a heart-shaped necklace that he decided to buy. At the same time, he also bought one with a purple stone. While they were on their date, the others also took advantage and did some sightseeing around the city while they were still being followed. After a while, Issei and Lilith were now in front of a lake, and it was already sunset, and the two sat on a bench to talk, while Lilith was stretching since she was a little tired. Issei, I'm sorry I made you walk so much because you wanted to see the whole city. Lilith, it's okay, I had a lot of fun too. Issei, upon hearing that along with Lilith's cute smile, a slight blush appeared. Issei, thank you. Lilith, hey? Why? Issei, you were worried about me, right? Lilith, you realized, huh? Issei, I wonder what I can do for you since you've done so much for me. At that Issei had raised his hand and suddenly Lilith's hands took Issei's, which surprised them. Lilith, it is true that you are a dangerous demon king candidate and that you are also very strong, but you treat all the magicians as ordinary people and friends. Issei, Lilith. Lilith, that's why I know that all the Trinity 7, all of them. Issei, all of them? Lilith, they hate that you're a little perverted. Issei, do you hate him? Lilith, that's right, they hate it, however I think they all love you very much. She said this with a slight blush on her cheeks. Issei, I don't know what to say. While they were talking, the 5 girls were hiding behind the bushes behind them. Selena, what the hell are we doing? Yui, I'm already tired. Levi, if you fall asleep, I'll carry you to the academy. Aaron, husband. Issei, it's a little embarrassing to say this, but… Lilith, huh? Issei, I want to give you something, could you close your eyes? Lilith, eh? At that Lilith turned completely red. Lilith, Issei. Hey, don't misinterpret that, we all love you. Although Lilith was speaking, Issei kept getting closer to her little by little. Lilith, you should consider my feelings before trying something like that. Lilith, When Issei was quite close to her, she no longer knew what to say but simply resigned herself and closed her eyes and prepared for a kiss. Issei stopped and took out the necklace that he had bought for Lilith. When she opened her eyes, she saw the necklace in front of her, and Issei was looking away. Lilith, what is this? Issei, I bought it recently in a store, they say it's a protective amulet. Lilith, yes, it is an anti-magic amulet. Issei, I know you are a strong magician, but even so I wouldn't like it if someone could hurt you with their magic. I don't want you to stop being the teacher who is always happy, accompanies me and reprimands me for my mistakes. Lilith, upon hearing this, lets out a sly laugh. Issei, what? Lilith, no, I'm very happy, Issei. At that Lilith had a blush on her face, but she was smiling while holding the necklace. Lilith, thank you, Issei, I will keep it forever. Issei, I'm glad you like it. In that, Issei hears some sounds from the bushes and then sees how Yui comes out of them. Issei, huh? Yui, I can't stand it anymore, Oniai-san. Issei, what? In that, Eren also appears. Eren, I was watching them too, I can't just stand idly by while they deceive me. Lilith, you're wrong. Levi, Selena and I didn't make sure there were no enemies nearby, or that's what we want you to believe. Issei, so, they were also watching us, right? At that moment, Lise also appears and hugs Issei from behind and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Lise, hello darling. Issei, you too, Lise. Lise, I couldn't let my darling fool me. Yui, I'm hungry. Selena, me too. Levi, I also want to eat something. Issei, how about we go get something to eat? Yui, hooray! After that, everyone walked around the city to find a place to eat. Levi, I recommend Mirasan's place. Selena, then let's go see Mirasan. While they were walking, they were talking, and while that was happening, Issei was thinking. Issei, thinking, I'm glad you're happy. I just hope it doesn't change when you find out the truth. Chapter 14, A Night of Passion. We are in Issei's room and we can see how he was sleeping in his bed, but he was not alone. He was being accompanied by 3 beautiful girls who were Eren, who was sleeping hugging Issei's left arm, while on the other side Lise was sleeping while Issei hugged her, and she hugged his chest, and finally we can see how Yui was sleeping on Issei's chest, while she hugged him. While they were sleeping very comfortably, someone was approaching Issei's room since they were getting late to go to class. Lilith, Issei. Lilith, noticing that she didn't receive a response, decides to call again. Lilith, Issei, wake up, you're going to be late. Meanwhile, with the brown-haired boy, he was beginning to wake up, but he noticed his body was heavier than normal, and when he tried to move, he noticed that there was something that was preventing him. When Issei opened his eyes, he noticed that he was being hugged by the 3 girls. Issei, girls, it's time to get up. Lise, it's early, darling. Yui, 5 more minutes, Oniai-chan. Eren, zzzzz. Issei, seeing that he wouldn't get the girls to get up that way, starts to think of something to wake them up, but while he was doing it outside Issei's room, Lilith was still waiting, but she had already gotten bored, so she decided to open the door, and when she does, she gets angry because she sees that the girls were sleeping with Issei naked. But she still feels a bit jealous. Issei, Lilith, can you help me? Lilith only gets angrier and starts yelling at Issei that this was improper and that they couldn't do it at school, and thanks to the screams the girls also woke up, since at the same time they noticed that Issei was no longer lying down. When they opened their eyes they saw how Lilith was with her rifle shooting at Issei, who dodged the bullets while begging Lilith for mercy. The girls, to avoid having problems with Lilith, decided to get dressed and leave before Lilith saw that they were awake. After a while we can see how Issei was in class sitting next to the girls. Issei was with some bandages. He was not paying attention to Lilith's class since he was thinking about other things. Issei, thinking, I've been here for almost a month now. I think it would be best to go see Sirzek and tell him what happened. What do you think, Drake? Drake, I think it would be best, and that way you can solve your problems with the girls. Issei at that moment remembered that he had left without telling Rias and the others, and even worse, they had fought before he left. When he returned, the girls were going to kill him, and he got scared and unconsciously screamed, which alarmed the entire class. Issei, ha! Lilith, is something wrong? Issei, noticing that he had really screamed, got nervous. Issei, excuse me, Lilith-sensei. Lilith, Issei-san, I ask you to keep quiet, and I hope this doesn't happen again. Issei, yes. After that, Issei shut up because he didn't want to have any more problems with Lilith. Liz, darling, what happened? Issei, nothing, I just remembered that I have something important to do. Liz noticed that Issei was a bit nervous, so she didn't completely believe what he said but decided not to ask any more questions. Liz, it's okay, you know you can count on us to help you. After a while, classes ended and Lilith wanted to talk to Issei about what had happened in class a few moments ago, but when she tried to talk to him, he was no longer in the classroom. Meanwhile, with the brown-haired boy, we can see how he was heading towards the director's office when Issei was about to arrive and met Mira and Akio, who were leaving the office at that moment. Issei, hello girls. Look, I just ignored him and kept walking. Akio, hello Issei-san. Issei, what's wrong with Mira-san? Akio, let's say she's a little angry because she found out you were sleeping with 3 naked girls and she feels a little jealous. Mira, upon hearing what Akio was saying, stops and shouts at him. Look, that's a lie. I just don't want an indecent guy near me. Issei just watched this with a drop of sweat. Akio, and what to do here? Issei, I need to speak with the director. Akio, what's going on? Did you get into trouble with Lilith-sensei? Issei, no, it's about something else. Akio, well, see you, Issei. After that, Akio left with Mira, leaving Issei alone, who decided to go in to talk to the director. Director, hello Issei, what brings you here? Are you having problems with Lilith? Issei, hey no, I'd like to talk to you about something important. Director, what's going on? Issei, I would like to leave the academy for a few days. Director, are you going to talk to Sirzek? Issei, yes, I also have to take care of other things. Director, okay, if the girls ask, I'll tell them you had an emergency and went back home, but you'll be back in a few days. Issei, thank you. After that, Issei leaves the office in a magic circle at the same time that the director decided to go for a walk around the school in another of his adventures with the students. But without anyone noticing after he left, Levi fell from the roof. Levi, who is Sirzek? Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he had transported himself to the underworld and he had teleported to the Gremry castle since he wanted to talk to Sirzek. He knocked on the door, and when they opened it, he was greeted by Grafia. Issei, hello Grafia-san, I need to talk to Sirzek. Grafia was silent for a few seconds looking at Issei, but then she told him to follow him. When they arrived at Sirzek's office, Grafia left without saying a word to Issei, which surprised him. After that, Issei knocked on the door and received a welcome, so he entered Sirzek's office, who smiled when he saw him. Sirzek, how did the mission go, Issei-kun? Issei, it went well, but there is something to talk about. Sirzek, seeing that Issei was serious, asked him to continue like that. Issei told him everything that had happened until now in the Magic Academy, and also all the information that he had managed to gather about the new organization Iscariot, something that surprised Sirzek since they were powerful humans, but also worried him since this could become a great threat like the Chaos Brigade if what Issei said was true, and the power that the Demon King could obtain. Issei, well, that would be all. Sirzek, from what I see, this mission was more than eliminating some simple renegade demons. It would be best if you continue in the academy in case more things happen while I talk to Azazel and Michael about this. Issei, okay, without further ado I say goodbye. Sirzek, where are you going now, Issei? Issei, I'm going to my house to see the girls. Sirzek, I'm glad to hear that. Issei, why? Did something happen while I was gone? Sirzek, well. What Issei didn't know was that after he went on a mission to the Bible Academy, Rias and the others were very worried about him until they spoke with Sirzek, and he told them that Issei had gone on a mission. After that, the girls got angry with Issei for not having told them that he was going on a mission. That's how the first few days went. But after that, the girls became worried about Issei again. According to Sirzek, Issei's mission was only to eliminate a few renegade demons who were attacking a magic school, and that shouldn't take that long. So they thought that something could have happened to him, and they felt worse since the last thing they had done with him before he went on the mission was fight. Issei, I see, it would be best if I hurry to see them. Sirzek, it would be the best. Meanwhile, at the Hayato house, we can see how the girls were depressed since several weeks ago they didn't know anything about the brown-haired boy, and also Sirzek wouldn't let them go to the place where Issei sent him since he didn't think he was in trouble. Although the most affected by this was Rias, since she was the one who fought directly with Issei and felt worse knowing that it was her fault. Now we can see how Akeno went down the stairs and headed to the living room of the house where the others were except for Rias, who was taking a shower. Asia, Akeno-san, how is the president? Akeno, she feels better but is still affected by Issei. Asia, I see. Kaneko, how long will it take Senpai to come back? Zenobia, according to Sirzek, the mission was nothing more than to eliminate some renegade demons. I don't know why it took so long. Roswise, it's been almost a month since he left. Irenia, I miss him. And so the girls continued talking. Gasper and Kiba were also there, and they were playing video games. Meanwhile, in the brown-haired boy's room, the sound of the shower could be heard since Rias was taking a bath at that moment, while outside the bathroom in the room we can see how a magic circle appears and Issei comes out of it. Issei, thinking, how will Rias react when she sees me? I just hope she doesn't get too angry. At that moment, Issei heard the shower water cut off and someone leave the bathroom. Meanwhile, with Rias, she had been very sad since the brown-haired boy left, and she felt guilty since what she had said to Issei when they fought was very strong, and she was sorry about that. Rias, sad-faced, thinking, I don't know why I revived you, you're just a pervert. Rias, I'm stupid, I didn't even know why Issei acted like that, and in the end it was all because he was in his time. Now who knows when I'll see him again. While speaking, Rias turned off the water and prepared to leave the bathroom. Rias, Issei would do anything to get you back. Issei, whatever? Rias, upon hearing that voice, was in shock. She looked to see where it came from and saw Issei standing next to the bed in the room. Issei, hello Rias. Rias, Issei, is it really you? Issei, who else would it be if not? Rias, seeing Issei in front of her, she starts to cry and runs to hug him, which surprises the brown-haired man by seeing her cry, and he hugs her. Rias, I'm glad you're here Issei, I missed you a lot. Rias, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry Issei, I didn't mean to hurt you. Issei, I'm sorry too, I shouldn't have left without warning. Rias, promise me that you will never leave again. I thought I had lost you. Issei, Rias, I will never leave you. At that, Issei takes Rias by the chin and raises her gaze. She still had a few tears in her eyes since she was happy to have her brown-haired boy next to her, but at that moment Issei's action surprises her since he was kissing her. After a few seconds she reacted and reciprocated the brown-haired boy's kiss. They spent several minutes kissing until they separated due to lack of air. Issei, I think it would be better if you got dressed, you don't want to get sick. Rias, huh? At that, Rias sees that she was only wearing a towel at that moment, and then sees Issei, who was blushing from feeling Rias's body. She just smiles at this. Rias, what's wrong? Don't you like my body? Issei, it's not that, Rias. Rias, so what is it? At that, Issei approaches Rias's ear. Issei, I don't know how much longer I can hold back from making you mine right now. Rias blushed when she heard that. Rias, I think I'd better get dressed. After that, Rias got dressed and went down with Issei. When they got to the living room, the girls were going to talk to Rias, but then they saw her coming down, hugging the arm of a brown-haired boy who was very dear to them all. When they saw him, they couldn't help but shed a few tears and ran to hug him, but since there were so many, he fell to the floor. Issei, I'm glad to see you girls. Girls, don't leave again, Issei. After that, Issei stands up and does something that surprises them. He kisses each of the girls, which causes them to blush. Asia, why was that, Issei-san? Akeno, Era, it seems you are very happy to see us. Issei, why does it surprise you? After all, you are my partners. The girls blushed even more than before when they heard that, but they liked hearing it. Akeno, since this change of attitude is due. Zenobia, yes, what happened? Issei, nothing, I just realized that they are very important to me. Rias, well, it doesn't matter, the good thing is that you finished the mission and now you're here with us, and you won't leave again. Kaneko, I hope Senpai hasn't conquered more girls. Issei, yes, he. Rias, Issei. Issei, I love you, Rias-chan. Girls, Issei. In that, Issei runs for his life and the girls chase him. After a while, the girls catch Issei and he tells them everything that had happened in the mission, and also about the girls he had met at the academy, and also about the possibility that some had fallen in love with him. When the girls heard that, they got angry with Issei and hit him after a while. Issei finished telling the story. Rias, I see, it seems there is a new organization. Zenobia, this is not good, not long ago it was the Chaos Brigade. Raswise, it would be better to talk to Sirzek about what we will do. Issei, I already spoke with him, and he told me that he would contact Azazel-sensei and Michael-sama. Rias, well, changing the subject, what will you do? Issei, Sirzek asked me if I could continue the mission in case something happens, since it seems that it also involves me. Irina, because of being a candidate for Demon King, right? Issei, yes. Asia, but how is that? Issei, honestly, I couldn't get much information about that. I only know that he is someone who is destined to join the Trinity 7 and destroy the world. Rias, I see. After that, Issei and the girls continued talking with Kiba and Gasper. After a while, everyone had dinner and then went to bed, but Issei talked to the girls since today he wanted to sleep only with Rias. They got mad at him since they also wanted to sleep next to him, but nothing but a few kisses and a promise to go out on a date with them wouldn't solve it. Returning with the brown-haired boy at this moment, he was in his room ready to sleep. Rias, and the others? Issei, I asked them to let us sleep together tonight. Rias, I see, why? Issei, Rias, I would like to be with you tonight. I love you and I would like for us to make more progress tonight. You laughed when you heard what Issei wanted to do and he blushed. Rias, do you want us to have sex? At that, Issei approaches Rias and hugs her by the waist. Issei, yes and no. Rias, huh? Issei, I would like to make love with you tonight, Rias. In that, Issei kisses Rias, which surprises her, but she reciprocates. For a few minutes they continue kissing, while Issei caresses Rias's body, which causes her to let out slight moans. When the kiss ends, they separate, but a thread of saliva unites them. Issei, I love you, Rias. Rias, I love you too, Issei. Lemon Skipped It will be available in my Patreon soon. Rias, I love you, Issei. Issei, I love you too, Rias. Then they both kiss and fall asleep. Chapter 15. Back to the Academy. We are in the brown-haired boy's room and we can see how he was sleeping, hugging a beautiful redhead who had a smile on her face while sleeping on Issei's chest. She had a smile on her face for everything that had happened the night before. But as always, no moment of happiness lasts forever, because at that moment a ray of sunlight was coming through the window and hitting the brown-haired boy's eyes, causing him to wake up. Issei, At that moment, Issei wakes up and feels someone hugging him and sees that it was Rias. Seeing her sleeping on his chest, he can't help but smile because she looks very beautiful. Issei, Rias, it's time to wake up. Rias, 5 more minutes. Issei, come on, Rias. Rias, zzzzzzzzzzz. Issei, seeing that Rias didn't wake up, had an idea. He approached her lips and gave her a soft kiss. Rias, feeling it, woke up and reciprocated the kiss. After a few seconds, they separated. Rias, that's not fair. Issei, seeing how Rias complained like a child, can't help but let out a light laugh. After that, Issei gets up and goes to the bathroom to shower. When he starts to shower, he hears the bathroom door open, and when he sees who it was, he meets Rias, who wanted to shower with him. After Issei and Rias's bath, they both went down to have breakfast with the others. When they arrived at the dining room, they could see how the other girls were at the table having breakfast with Issei's parents. Issei, good morning dad, mom, girls. Asia, good morning. Irina, good morning Issei. Mother and Issei, what will our grandson be called? Father, love can also be a girl. So the brown-haired boy's parents continued talking about a name for the possible baby, while the brown-haired boy just blushed like the redhead. Zenobia, Issei, I want to be next. Akeno, Issei will sleep with me next time. And so the girls started a discussion about who would be the next to sleep with him, since it turns out that Issei had forgotten to put something to prevent the sound from leaving the room, which caused the girls to hear everything that happened during the night. After breakfast, everyone continued with their day. The girls spent most of the day by the chestnut tree. It was like that for a while until nightfall, and with that, it was time to go to sleep. That night, all the girls slept next to Issei. The next day we can see how the brown-haired boy wakes up surrounded by the girls he loves, but after a few minutes he decides to get up since today he had to go do something important. Today he would go visit his teacher and also see if he knew something more about the subject of the Demon King. After Issei got up without waking the girls, he went to the bathroom. When he finished showering, he got dressed and went down the stairs. When he got down there, he met his parents, who had gotten up early. The brown-haired boy greeted them and told them that today he had to go out so that they could tell the girls so that they wouldn't worry if he wasn't there when they woke up. With the warning given to his parents, Issei proceeded to create a crack and enter it, thus reaching the dimensional crack. When he reached it, Issei activated his balance break and began to fly in search of his teacher. After searching for a while, Issei saw a large red dragon flying, so the brown-haired boy decided to approach until he was in front of it. Issei, master! At that moment the dragon focuses his sight on the chestnut tree. When he sees him and recognizes him, the dragon begins to shine and shrink and take on a human form. Great Red, what brings you here, Issei? Do you want more training? Issei, not for now, I need your help. Great Red, what's going on? Issei, I want to know if you know anything about a demon king. Great Red, are you talking about a Mao? Issei, no, I'm talking about a demon king whose mission is to destroy the world. Great Red, I see, why do you want to know about that? Issei, apparently I am a candidate for demon king and I wanted to know if you know something? Great Red, I see, I don't remember right now. Issei, I see, thanks. Great Red, what I do know is that if you have the power of a demon king candidate, you could try combining it with your dragon power. Issei, I will. Thanks for the advice, master. After that, the dragon returned to its normal form and flew away, leaving a chestnut tree thinking about what he could do. After that, Issei returned to his house where he met the girls. It hadn't taken more than a few hours to find his master and talk to him, but still, Issei spent the afternoon with the girls. The next day Issei woke up and got up just like the other days, but this time a magic circle appeared in his ear. Someone was contacting him. When he answered, it turned out to be Sirzek who was calling him. Sirzek, hello Issei-san. Issei, hello Sirzek, what's up? Sirzek, I was calling you because Azazel and Michael want to talk to you, so you can come to the underworld. Issei, no problem, I'm going now. At that, Issei finishes speaking and the magic circle disappears. Rias, are there any problems? Issei, don't worry, it's just that Azazel-sensei and Michael-sama want to talk to me. Rias, I see. Issei, see you in a bit, Rias. Rias, it's okay. In that, Issei leaves in a magic circle and they appear in the underworld in Sirzek's office. When he arrives, he notices that Azazel and Michael were already there waiting for him. Michael, good morning Issei-kun. Issei, good morning Michael-sama. Azazel, it's good to see you again, kid. Issei, equally old, but what's going on? Michael, we would like you to tell us about the new organization that appeared. Issei, it's okay. At that point, Issei begins to tell him everything he had learned about Iscariot, and how he related to him as a candidate for the Demon King. When Issei finished telling the faction leaders everything he knew, they were left thinking about the situation. Azazel, it would be best if you continued at the academy and tried to gather more information about this organization. Michael, also, protect the girls you told us about, because if stray demons are also involved, this could become more dangerous if they are not just humans. There is also the possibility that there could also be fallen angels among them, or some from another faction. Issei, it's okay, although I think the girls won't like it very much if I leave again for so long. Sirzek, about that, you could come back one weekend a month to see the girls until this is over. Issei, okay, I'll return to the academy tomorrow. Sirzek, it's okay. After that, Issei leaves the place in a magic circle, leaving the three leaders alone. Azazel, do you think he could really be that dangerous? Sirzek, I don't know, but if what Issei-san says is true, it would be better if we didn't let our guard down because of the danger. Michael, it's okay. At that, Michael leaves to return to heaven and continue his work just like Azazel, who returns to Grigori. Meanwhile, with the chestnut, he was arriving at his house where he was received by his girls who, upon seeing him, went to where he was. Rias, and what did my brother want? Issei, more than anything it was to talk about the new organization and my mission. Akeno, what happened with your mission? Issei, I will continue until this is over. Asia, it means you're leaving again, Issei-kun. Issei, I won't exactly come back every time I can to be with you, so don't worry. After that, Issei spends the rest of the day with the girls and then goes to bed. The next day, Issei gets up carefully so as not to wake the girls and takes his things and prepares a magic circle to patch himself up, but before he can go to the magic academy, the girls wake up and stop him. Rias, Issei. Akeno, era so you would leave without saying goodbye. Asia, Issei-sen will not say goodbye. Kaneko, bad senpai. Irina, you'll be gone for a while and you won't say goodbye, bad Issei. Issei, sorry girls, you were sleeping and I didn't want to wake you up, but now that you're awake. Then Issei approaches each of them and kisses them on the lips, which makes them blush but makes them happy. Issei, see you later. Rias, be careful, Issei. Issei, don't worry, laugh, nothing will happen. After that, Issei leaves in a magic circle back to the Magic Academy. He appears in the director's office where fortunately there was only him without anyone else. Director, I see you're back. How did it go? Issei, it went well for me. Director, what did you talk to Sirzek about? Issei, we talked about what has happened so far and about the participation of renegade demons alongside Iscariot, and this could also be a threat to the factions, so they will be more attentive to everything that happens. Meanwhile, I will continue in the academy gathering more information and taking care of the girls. Director, I see you're lucky then. Issei, thank you. At that, Issei turns around and was about to leave, but the director speaks to him. Director, by the way. Issei, what's going on? Director, let's just say that Lilith didn't take it very well that you left without telling them, so she's in a bit of a bad mood, so be careful when you see her. At this, Issei only feels a slight chill at seeing Lilith angry. Issei leaves and arrives at his room. When he arrives at this, Sora and Ilias take their human appearance. Sora, your trip went well, master. Issei, what are you talking about? Ilias, teacher, please let me know the next time you're going to do something like this. Issei, huh? Sora, she talks about when you slept with the redhead. Issei blushes upon hearing that, since he had forgotten that Sora and Ilias were with him and apparently they had seen everything he had done with Rias in bed. Issei, I'm sorry. After that, Issei feels someone knocking on the door. Issei, who is it? Lise, I am your slave. Issei, come on, Lise. At that, Lise enters the room and sits on Issei's legs. Lise, could you let us know the next time you're going to be gone for so long? Lilith was worried about you while you were gone. Issei, really? Lise, yes and no, she wasn't the only one, the others were the same. Issei, you too? Lise, yes. At that moment, someone else enters Issei's room, and when he sees who entered, he sees Lilith in the doorway. Lilith was emanating an aura of fear while making her rifle appear in her hands. When Lilith sees Lilith furious, she gives issei a quick kiss on the lips, and then she runs away from the place for her safety. Lilith, issei, you don't know how much I was worried about you, only to see you again while you're with Lees on your legs. Issei, Lilith, you see, an emergency occurred and I. Lilith, you leave without warning, you make me worry about you and then you come back as if nothing happened and you don't warn me either. Issei, Lilith, please have mercy on you, I just came back. In that, Lilith loads her rifle and issei just runs away while dodging the shots from Lilith's gun. After a while, Lilith caught issei and scolded him for leaving without warning him, but then he calmed down. Then issei went to see the others. When he got to where Yui is, she ran and hugged issei but also hit him in the chest for leaving without telling her. After that, issei went to Eren, who when she saw him approached and hit issei for leaving, but it wasn't strong. After that, issei went to see Selena, who was with her sister Lise, who when she saw issei just looked away since issei was not happy that she left him alone with Lilith. And finally he also went to see Akio and Mira, which when she saw him they greeted him, but there was nothing that stood out, since it was the same as always. Issei spoke to Akio and Mira just ignored him. Issei, are you angry? Akio, yes, you left without telling him, and when he went to the director and he told him that you left because of an emergency, he was very worried about you. Look, it's not true. I don't care what happens to this indecent boy. After that, Issei continued looking for Levi to greet her. While Issei walked down the school hallway, he felt Levi's presence on him. Then he went to the roof of the place and noticed how one part of it was different from the rest. Issei, I know you're here, ninja. Levi, I see that it does not go unnoticed by your senses. Issei, what can I say? I'm getting used to meeting you. Levi, I see, Issei-san. Issei, what's going on? Levi, what was the emergency that made you leave so quickly? Issei, it was a family emergency. My mother got sick and I worried about her. Levi, I see. By any chance it doesn't have to do with a certain Sirzek? Issei, noticing that Levi named the Mao, got a little nervous but didn't show it. Issei, where do you know that name from? Levi, I heard you talking to the director about him before you left. Issei, I see. Sirzek is a friend of my father who is also a friend of the director, and he had asked me to send him his regards. Levi, I see. After that, Levi leaves, leaving the brown-haired boy alone, who only lets out a sigh since he didn't expect Levi to be listening to them while he was talking to the director. He had forgotten to make sure they were all completely alone because of his nerves about how the girls would react when he saw them again for having been gone for so long without even warning them, but in the end it ended better than he expected. After his talk with Levi, issei returned to his room. When he arrived, he lay down on his bed and entered his mental space. Issei, Drake is here. Drake, what's up, buddy? Issei, Drake, I was wondering if we can use my power as a Demon King candidate with balance break. Drake, I don't know, partner, you are my first user who is also a candidate for Demon King, so I don't know what will happen, but if you achieve it, it would be a new level of surprising power. Issei, you're right, it will be worth a try. What do you think, girls? Sora, so far you've achieved the impossible, so you might as well do this. Ilias, I trust you, Issei. Issei, thanks, girls. Drake, partner. Issei, yes, Drake? Drake, you plan to use your security powers. Issei, when the situation calls for it, I will use them. Until now, nothing too dangerous has happened that I cannot control with the skills of a Demon King candidate. Drake, I know, mate, but the rivals are getting stronger and stronger. Issei, don't worry, Drake, I'll use them when necessary. I won't let the girls get hurt. Drake, it's okay. Meanwhile, outside Issei's room, we can see Lilith standing there, about to knock on the door. She knocks, causing Issei to snap out of his head. Issei, go ahead. Then the door opens and Issei sees that it was Lilith. Issei, is something wrong, Lilith? Lilith, Issei, do you trust us? Issei, what is the point of this question, Lilith? Lilith, please answer. Issei, do you trust us? Issei, if I trust you, why? Lilith, I had doubts since according to what the director didn't tell us, it was an emergency because of the reason you left, and we were worried about you since we didn't find out anything about you leaving until the next day." At that, Issei approaches Lilith and hugs her, which surprises her since she didn't expect it. Lilith, Issei. Issei, I'm sorry for leaving without telling you and worrying you. It wasn't my intention, it's just that I was worried about my family. Lilith, and tell me, what happened? Issei, what happened was that my mother had gotten sick, but it wasn't as serious as she wanted, so I stayed a few days to take care of her while I took advantage of the opportunity to visit some friends. Lilith, I see. After that, Lilith left Issei's room, leaving him alone. Since it was already late, he lay down to rest. The next day we can see how Issei was lying down, but when he begins to wake up he feels his body heavier than normal. At that he notices 3 lumps that were under the sheets. When he lifts them, Issei sees that the lumps were none other than Eren, who was sleeping on the right side of the brown-haired man hugging his arm. Lise, who was sleeping on her left side, and like Eren she was hugging Issei's arm, and the other person was Yui, who was sleeping on the brown-haired man's breasts while she hugged him and murmured some things about her Onyai-chan. But at that, when she was about to do something to wake the girls up, Issei feels a knock on her room door. Lilith, Issei, wake up, you'll be late to go to class. I can't believe I always have to come wake you up. Lilith notices that she has no response from the brown-haired man, to which she decides to go in to see what was happening. Meanwhile, with the brown-haired man, when he heard that it was Lilith who was on the other side of the door, he got scared because he knew that they would hit him if they saw him in this situation. He was about to do something until he heard the door open, and then Issei sees Lilith, who, when she saw how Issei was sleeping with the naked girls again, gets angry. Issei, wait, Lilith is not what you think, they got in while I was sleeping. Lilith just ignored Issei, so she shoots at Issei, but he manages to dodge it by jumping to the side. Issei, girls, help me. At that, Issei looks towards the bed to ask for help from the girls, but when he sees them, you were no longer there and neither were their clothes. When Lilith's shot arrived, the girls woke up and noticed the situation, so they took advantage of the little smoke that was produced, and Yui took the 3 of them out of the place so that Lilith would not catch them. Issei, not again. Chapter 16, The Library of Heaven. We are at the Magic Academy. More specifically, we meet a certain brown-haired boy who at that moment was asleep in his bed while he is hugged by 5 beautiful girls who were Eren, Lise, Sora, Yui, and surprisingly Ilya was also sleeping while hugging the brown-haired boy, and as usual for the brown-haired boy, he woke up because the sun's rays hit him directly in the eyes, and when he wakes up he sees that you are being hugged by the girls. But at the same time he hears someone at that moment knocking on the door. That scared him since he knew that the one who always comes to wake him up was Lilith, and it was already bad for the brown-haired boy that Lilith saw him sleeping with 3 beautiful girls, which meant a great punishment for the brown-haired boy. He did not want to even imagine how Lilith would react this time when she saw that he was sleeping with 3 girls, but now he was sleeping with 5 girls. Lilith, Issei, you're late for class. Issei, okay, I'll go in a moment. At that, Issei begins to think about how to get out of this situation without having to dodge the shots coming from Lilith's weapon in a few moments. Issei, wink with a frown, thinking, and now what do I do if Lilith sees me like this? Will I end up dead? Lilith, Issei, I'm going in. Issei, no, I'll be out in a moment. At that, Lilith ignored the last thing he said and entered the brown-haired boy's room. When she saw that Issei was in bed not with 3 girls but with 5, she became furious, and a dark aura began to envelop her, while she summoned her rifle. Lilith, it was not enough for you to sleep with 3 girls in your bed, now there are 5. Issei. Issei, Lilith, yo. After that, Lilith started shooting at Issei while he dodged Lilith's attacks. She was yelling at him that his behavior was inappropriate. After the massacre of the brown-haired boy in the morning, and also as usual, the girls left without receiving punishment when they heard Lilith's screams. After that, Issei and the others went to class since they were getting late. When classes ended, Issei went with Lise and Selena since they had told him that they would help him so that he could better master his magic, which brings us to what is happening now. Issei is training with Lise and Selena to be able to learn about his subject. Issei, connecting to Astia file, running the Stagna theme. In that place where Issei was, energy chains began to form, like when Yes used her magic, but after a few seconds it fails and the chains vanish. Issei, huh? Issei, I guess I can't do it yet. Lise, I think you were doing well until the last part. Selena, yes. In that room where Issei and the girls were training, they felt someone suddenly knock on the door, and then they saw it open, showing that the person was Lilith. Lilith, ho? Issei and Lise-san, what are you doing? Lise, Lilith-sensei. As you can see, we're experimenting to see if Issei can copy my magic. Issei, yes, and the grimoires are also helping me. By the way, she is Ilya. At that, Issei points to Ilya, who is near Issei, and also decides to introduce herself. Ilya, I am the fragment of Ilias. Please call me Ilya. At that moment, Lilith approaches Ilya and introduces herself. Lilith, a pleasure Ilya, I'm Azumi Lilith. Ilya, nice to meet you. Sora, but unfortunately it seems that we still can't achieve the last part of the process. Ilya, it seems that he is able to understand the concept of the theme, as well as a basic understanding of this magic. Issei, the truth is that I still have a little trouble learning about the magic they use. Lilith, concept, and understanding. Issei, yes, although I also need to know which is the third one. Sora, by the way, Ilya, what is the third process? Ilya, upon hearing Sora's question, is surprised that Sora didn't know what the third process of magic was. Ilya, why you don't know? Even though you've done it before? Sora, a genius like me doesn't need to understand how things work to do them. At this, Ilya only gets a drop of sweat on his head. Ilya, sad face, thinking, are you serious? Ilya, the third process is reasoning. Issei-hm? And reasoning is? Lise, it means not to make a fuss and stay calm even before doing perverted things. Issei, I can do that. Lilith, stop motivating him. It's embarrassing. Lise, anyway, do you need anything, Lilith-sensei? Lilith, that's right, Issei, can you accompany me on a research mission? Issei, research mission? Lilith, unlike the missions the inspectors go on, you focus on investigating and reporting any abnormalities. Issei, so it doesn't end with us fighting like all the others? Lilith, exactly. Of course, we have to take into account unexpected situations, but our job is mainly to investigate. Lilith, when I first met Issei when he saved me, I was investigating the attacks we had suffered before you arrived. Sora, I remember that was when you fought against the Dem. At that, Ilya covers Sora's mouth so that he doesn't reveal more than he should to the girls about Issei. Ilya, shut up. At that, Sora takes Ilya's hands away from his mouth and gets angry. Sora, don't do that again. Ilya, you were about to say something you shouldn't have. Sora, it's not true. Ilya, yes it is. Meanwhile, Issei watched as her two grimoires argued like little girls. Issei, you two get along quite well, it's clear that you are very good friends. Ilya, no way. Sora, waha. We're so close that we never stop fighting. Ilya, I never thought of you that way. While they continued arguing, Lilith just watched this with a drop of sweat due to the behavior of the two. Lilith, so you can think of it as a social studies field trip related to magic. Lise, it's true you've studied a lot and solved many things, but you also have to learn the basics. Lilith, exactly. Lilith, In that, Lise understands the hint that Lilith was sending her. Lise, Go on, enjoy it. We'll be right here waiting for you to come back, so don't worry about anything. Issei, okay, we'll go back quickly to continue training. At that moment, Issei was about to leave with Lilith, but Lise stops him before he leaves. When he turns around, Lise gives him a quick kiss on the lips, which surprises him, but he enjoys it. Lise, for luck. While he was doing that, Lilith and Selena watched him with jealousy, both of them. Lilith, let's go, Issei. At that point, Lilith takes Issei by the arm and starts dragging her. When they left, Lise and Selena continued talking. Lise, a fact-finding mission? Selena, Wani-chan, since when are you so close with Issei? Lise, since I was saved. Selena, I see, but you should know that I won't give up. Lise is surprised to see that Selena would compete against her but lets out a slight laugh. Lise, we'll see, but... Selena, Lee's sad face thinking, I have a bad feeling. Meanwhile with Issei we can see how he was at the doors of the academy. He was carrying a backpack on his shoulder while Sora and Ilya became grimoires and were hanging from Issei's neck. Issei, they said the teleportation device is broken, so stay as grimoires for the moment. Sora, yes sir. Ilya, I won't cause any problems. At that moment Issei feels someone talking to him, and when he turns around he gets a surprise. Rouge, I've been waiting for you. Issei. Rouge, 1. Issei, those are not very big but surprisingly soft you are, Rouge. Rouge, I can't hide my amazement regarding the incredible method of the Demon King candidate in which you remember my person. Then Lilith and Akio arrive. Lilith, Rouge-san will accompany us to help us in our mission. Akio, me too, the place we're going to is connected to the Magic King candidates, and it's also my home. Issei, yes, I don't know anything about where you come from or about the people you grew up with. Rouge, you don't really care about that kind of thing, do you? Issei, because we can still get along. Rouge, I see, it's not for nothing that Hijiri kept an eye on you. I'm amazed by her impressive speaking skills. Issei, aren't you supposed to be our enemy? Rouge, yes, but when I was defeated, the liberating teacher left me and I was captured. I'm really in a bad state. Issei, rather you are naughty. Rouge, as naughty as envy, that kind of file can be. Issei, yes, I think I understand. Rouge, this necklace on my neck suppresses my magic. In that Rouge shows her necklace on her neck which was black and had a padlock on it. Lilith, you can't use any magic unless you open it with this key. Then Lilith shows the key to Issei. Issei, well that's what you get for beating up our ninja. Rouge, that's because I'm very strong when I have to be. After that, the four of them started walking to reach their destination, and while they were walking, they were talking. Issei, so it's just us this time? I hope we don't all end up separated like last time. Lilith, we'll be fine, I'll be with you no matter what. Issei, oh, that sounds quite suggestive. Akio, did you get some affection points on your date the other day? Issei, if that event gave me enough to confess whenever I want. Lilith blushes upon hearing that but gets upset with Issei. Lilith, no, of course not. It's not that simple. Akio, ha ha ha. Then I'll be watching him with you, Lilith-sensei. Upon hearing that, Lilith just lets out a sigh of defeat. Lilith, ugh, okay. Issei, so what kind of place are we going to? You said it was your home, right? Akio, yes, my home is here. Issei, hey. Are we here yet? Wait, there's nothing here. When Akio said that his home was here, they had stopped in the middle of nowhere in the middle of a desolate landscape where there was no trace of any city or anything like that. In that, Issei carefully observes the place and recognizes it as the place where Akio was as a child in the vision that happened to Issei to use her enchant mantra. Issei, this place is back then, what I saw was part of your past. Akio_ho? Did you see that? It was adorable, wasn't it? Issei, you were so pure and pretty that it's hard to believe that you are both the same person. Akio, waha. I'm still pure, you know. She responded happily to what Issei said but with a slight blush on Linda's part. Akio, still I haven't been here in years and it's still as desolate as ever. Lilith, the director said that there are some ruins here connected to the Magic King. Rouge, that's right. I got my 3 armaments in these very ruins. At that, Rouge points his finger towards the sky. Lilith, up? Rouge, yes, it has been in the sky since ancient times, watching over the world with all its wisdom, the Library of Heaven. At that point, Akio begins to remember his childhood. Flashback starts. We can see how a young Akio dressed as a nun was happily running through the streets of the city, and how those same streets were full of happy people, but after that the vision quickly changes, and we can see how Akio was now on the ground in the middle of that desolate place. Flashback ends. Issei, what's going on? Akio, it's nothing, it just made me feel a bit nostalgic. So big guy, are you heading to the Sky Library? Issei, yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything interesting around here. Akio, then the objective of our mission is there. At that, Akio cracks his knuckles. Akio, I see, I'll help you. Issei, but I can't see anything. Rouge, it's to protect it from looters, since there are some incredible ancient weapons inside. Akio, it is obviously surrounded by a barrier that makes it invisible to the eye. Rouge, even if I manage to loot the place. Issei, you did it? Rouge, the ruins were a mess. Issei, really? Rouge, that's right. Issei, so how did we get there? Sora, I think it would be best to aim your magic there and remove the barrier. Issei, I see. So, I'm going to use my magic. I hope this is enough. Sora, try activating external alchemy and mantra enchantment. Issei, understood. Issei, connecting to Superbia file run thema. At that, Issei activates his Magus mode and makes his two pistols appear, but at that the sky begins to shine. Issei, what the hell? Rouge, it seems that it is reacting with your element to the Magic King. Lilith, there is a massive amount of energy approaching us. Akio, shit, here it comes. Rouge, boy, point straight at that. Issei, good? At that, Issei takes his two pistols and points them at the beam of light that was heading towards them. Issei, twin meteor dragon. At that point, two energy dragons appear and begin to spin around each other, combining into a more powerful attack, but Issei doesn't put in much power so as not to overdo it, and the attack continues for a long time, almost hitting them. Akio, damn, that's the power! Lilith, watch out, Issei. In that, Lilith hugs Issei. After that, the lightning strikes. After a while, Issei wakes up on top of Lilith, having her breasts in his face, but in that he gets up quickly and begins to observe his surroundings, noticing that they were no longer where they were before. Issei, this is the Library of Heaven. After that, Issei feels like Lilith is still holding him against her chest. Issei, Lilith, it's okay now. Lilith, eh? At that, Lilith notices that she was still hugging Issei against her breasts. She blushes and quickly separates from Issei out of embarrassment. Akio, the Sodom light of the Sky Library is really strong. I thought it was finished. Issei, Akio, are you okay? At that, Issei looks where Akio's voice came from to talk to her, but when he finds her with his sight, he gets a big surprise because instead of the usual Akio being in that place, there was a girl version of Akio with a nun's outfit like in the vision Issei had before. Akio, oops, I guess I overstepped my bounds. Issei shrank. Issei, no. Who the hell shrinks when they overexert themselves? Akio, well, I sort of used a lot of my gluttony magic and this happened. Lilith, so this can happen, huh? Issei, by the way, where is Rouge? In that, Issei and the girls dodge an attack that was directed towards them. When they see where the attack came from, they see that the one who had launched it was Rouge, who at this moment could somehow use her magic again, so she summoned her 3 weapons and attacked them. Akio, wow, have you already betrayed us, Rouge? Rouge, oh, seems like she's being controlled. At that moment, everyone notices how a kind of rhombus was floating above Rouge's head, which seems to be the object that is controlling her. At that moment, Rouge attacks them again, but Issei quickly carries Lilith like a princess and runs away from the place while Akio follows them. They go to hide behind some ruins of a house that are still standing. Issei, I don't think their beams can hit us from this angle. But then Rouge launches another attack that hits the ruins they were hiding in directly, and they are completely destroyed in front of them, which surprises them. Then Issei carries Lilith again and runs away from that place again. Issei, what's happening? Lilith, it seems that she is being controlled by the security of the place. Issei, hadn't her magic been sealed? Lilith, it probably comes from that crystal. Issei, first that light, now this. It really seems like this place must hate me. Akio, since it seems that you are his target, he must be reacting to the Magic King element that is dwelling inside you. At that, Issei leaves Lilith and Akio in one place and runs off to another. Issei, then I'll distract him. You guys do something with that crystal. At that, Issei moves away from the girls and stops. Issei, hey. At that, Rouge turns her head to look at him. Issei, this way. It's a Magic King candidate. At that point, Rouge attacks where Issei is, or that's what they thought would happen, but then they see how Rouge quickly changes direction and attacks where Lilith is with her rifle in her hands, the attack hitting directly since she didn't expect him to attack her. Issei, Lilith. At that, Akio takes advantage of the opportunity that had appeared and attacks the crystal that was controlling Rouge, and destroys it with a kick. Issei, Lilith. At that, Issei runs to where Lilith was lying on the ground, unconscious, and carefully takes her. Issei, Lilith. Lilith. In that, while Issei was with Lilith, Sora and Ilya took human form. Sora, this looks bad. Ilya tries to heal her. Ilya, okay. Issei, no way, why her? I'm an idiot, I shouldn't have trusted her. Akio, weren't you aiming for the Magic King element? Then Akio arrives carrying Rouge on his shoulder. Rouge, that's how it was. Issei, then that means. Rouge, there's only one explanation. Rouge, she possesses the same element. Chapter 17, Abby's Trinity. We were left with the fact that Lilith had been attacked by Luff, who had been controlled to attack the user of the Magic King element, who was supposed to have attacked Issei, but didn't. Now, after Luff was freed from the control of the crystal, she is with Issei and Akio, while Issei had a fainted Lilith in his arms. Issei, the Magic King element is inside Lilith? Meanwhile, Ilya had finished healing Lilith. Ilya, it seems that his life is no longer in danger for now, but it is still dangerous because his magic entered a state of confusion. Sora, it seems that the impact triggered the awakening of the Magic King element within him. Issei, the Magic King element is awakening. Issei said this while watching Lilith unconscious in his arms. Ilya, anyway, we need more time to treat her, we have to hide somewhere. Akio, you're right. Nissan, let's take refuge in that deserted house for the time being. At that point, the four of them ran towards the abandoned house that Akio had pointed out, but without them realizing it, they were being watched. Meanwhile, in another part of the ruins of the Library of Heaven, we can see how someone was observing a large crystal which projected the image of Issei and the girls. The person who was observing everything was a young man who, upon seeing Lilith in Issei's arms, a smile forms on his face. After a few minutes running to take shelter, Issei and the girls managed to reach the ruins of the house. While Akio was guarding the place, we can see how Issei had carefully left Lilith on the ground while Ilya continued healing her, and after a few more seconds he ends. Ilya, ugh, I think I managed to isolate the Magic King element somehow. It was quite difficult work since everything was in such a mess. Sora, good job, I'll take care of it from now on so you can return to your grimoire form and rest. Ilya, I don't really want to, but I think I'll have to. While they were talking, Akio was watching how some crystals had passed near the place, looking for signs of them. Akio, it seems that the safety glass is floating here at the moment. Luff, I was careless, I let them control me easily. Issei, so Sora, is it true that the Magic King element is inside Lilith? Sora, it's true, or rather it was abruptly awakened by what just happened. If the Magic King element awakens suddenly, that means it's been sleeping all this time inside her, too. Sora, it must have been easy to wake him up after connecting with your element at the time you faced Hijiri, and this time he was woken up by the impact of a direct hit of pure magic. Akio, that's because magic is the power of existence itself. Disrupting or eliminating it could put the host's life at risk. Issei, and then Lilith is. Sora, Ilya was somehow able to isolate it, so now it's flowing smoothly. Apparently the talisman on his neck was quite helpful. Issei, so thanks to Ilya, and I guess the gift was useful, huh? Sora proved his worth by being a backup power source. At that point, Luff interrupts his conversation. Luff, by the way, I was being controlled, so I heard their voices. Issei, you're? Luff, the small floating guardian rays launch powerful beam attacks at the thieves. The laser is programmed to stir the target's internal magical power, and in the worst case scenario they would end up destroying themselves. Issei, I see. What did they tell you? Luff, a vague translation would be. At that, Luff gets up and starts shouting. Luff, yahoo! It's been a long time since our last meal. Issei, really? Luff, very seriously also. Lol, he's a candidate for Magic King lol hell yeah. I'm going to lol fill them with holes lol. Luff, also. Issei, wait. Luff, is something wrong? Issei, I know you gave a vague translation, but that sounds like someone who is playing online. Luff, that's what they actually said, it's a serious translation. Issei, whatever. While they were talking, Akio observed how the crystals were getting closer to them. Akio, I don't think we can stay much longer. I have a feeling they'll be making their rounds around our area and Ai-san. Issei, it feels strange when you call me an Ai-san with that face and body. Akio, I wouldn't mind calling you Oni-chan if you want. Issei, upon hearing those words, thinks of Yui, who is the one who calls him that way. Issei, someone else already does it, and one is enough. Luff, with Lilith-san in that condition, it's only a matter of time before they surround Issei-san. It will be something like, "Guys, dinner is back!" And they will definitely dance with joy. Issei, those guys seem strange, but they're really excited about this, right? Luff. Issei, maybe it's time to stop playing games, so you can take Lilith and Ilya to a safe place. Akio, the magic elevator, there's only one elevator that goes back to the surface, and it's in the center of the city. Luff, oh, it's like you say, that's the only way out of here. You seem to know too much, don't you? Yes, now I understand. You're a Spriggan. Issei, Spriggan? Luff, yes, they are protectors of ruins and fortresses that hold incredible treasures sealed within them. Akio, that was in the past, now I'm a magus. You're right, I was in charge of these ruins when I was a Spriggan. Akio, but the weapon that was here destroyed the village with everyone in it except me. That's why there's nothing but desert below us. Issei, Akio, is your theme? Akio, it's Fides. I think those who believe in God will be saved. Sora, an insatiable belief in God. Sora, I see, but wouldn't that kind of past make you lose faith in everything? Akio, that's not true. I always believe in salvation. That's why it's that kind of theme. Issei, sad-faced thinking, Akio's kicks are so hard because he lived a hard life. Luff, I don't want to interrupt your conversation, but those expensive little laser beams that patrol everywhere have come pretty close. Issei, you changed their name. At that, Issei goes to Luff's side and kneels down to carefully look out the window. Luff, this time they're definitely surrounding you from all sides. Issei, yes, look how many there are, yes. Akio, smash them to pieces. Akio, although I would love to, I can't use any powerful attacks in this body. Luff, why are your legs short, and you can't make many characters? Akio, yeah, I thought I could take care of it if it was just one of me. Luff, by the way, if one of those things lands on my head again, I'll be under their control again. Akio, that means the three of us will have to take care of it, right? Sora, yes, but I can feel anti-magic in those weapons. Issei, anti-magic. In that, Issei has a memory of a conversation he had with Mira. Flashback starts. Look, to reflect magic, generally things like crystals or mirrors can reflect magic, remember that. Issei, understood. Flashback ends. Akio, so you're just leaving me, huh? It's too bad I don't have any technique to be able to separate myself into multiple copies like the ninja. Luff, I can separate myself into multiple copies. Issei, can you? Luff, my Ildenak, magic allows me to slide through everything at the speed of light, although I can't do it right now because my magic is sealed. Issei, but we have you captive, can you really take care of them? Luff, I'll take care of them all. Issei, really seriously? Luff, very seriously. Issei, you won't betray us? Luff, Luff, the goddess of light, am a trusted magician and even the elders of the neighborhood adore me. Akio, why not leave her? Issei, you're right, okay, let's leave it free. Sora, master, are you sure? Issei, huh? Sora, I think it's time for you to stop the show and take things seriously, since we don't know what we might find later. At what Sora, Luff, and Akio said, they paid more attention since they didn't know what they were talking about. Issei, maybe you're right. Sora, remember that you always get too confident, and it ends badly. Issei, okay, I think it's time to take things seriously. Akio, what are you talking about? Luff, I don't know, but I don't think he has enough power to take care of them. At that, Issei and Sora finished talking and turned around to see them. Issei, I'm sorry, Luff, but I reject the deal. It's time to do things seriously if I don't want anyone else to get hurt. Akio, Nissan, don't you think there are too many of them for you? Issei, don't worry, Akio, I'll be fine. At that, Issei decides to activate a little of his power, and by doing so his magic rises and the girls notice a change in Issei, which was that his honey-colored eyes were slanted like those of a reptile, and then they felt how his power increased. But this was also noticed by the crystals that were heading to the area where they were. Issei, well, it's time. In that, the crystals were about to arrive and the girls see how one was close and was going to shoot where the brown-haired boy was, but in that they see how Issei disappeared and reappeared on the crystal, and connected a strong blow which was enough to destroy it. The girls were impressed except for Sora, since they did not believe he was that strong. After that they saw how Issei went from crystal to crystal, destroying them in one blow and quickly, until after a few minutes Issei had already destroyed them all and reappeared in front of the girls, so that later they saw how the brown-haired boy's eyes returned to normal. Akio, Issei, what happened? Issei, it's a bit complicated. Luff, you weren't supposed to be that strong, but you just proved that you're even stronger than me. What are you hiding? Issei, before I answer them, Lise, don't you think it's time to come out of your hiding place? The girls, upon hearing him speak to Lizzie, were surprised since she was not supposed to be there, but then they saw Lizzie come out from behind some rubble. Akio, Lise? Issei, what are you doing here? Lise, well, I had a bad feeling about your mission, and it seems I was right if you had to use some of your power. Issei, I see. I think it would be best if you accompanied us now. While Issei was talking about what had happened so far with them with Lise while he was carrying Lilith, Akio and Sora were behind them while Luff had been thinking about what Lise had just said. Luff, thinking, some of his power? How strong is he really? Returning with Issei and the girls who had been caught by Luff. Issei, well, I think it would be best to go to the castle to get out of here. Akio, it will be the best. But while they were walking they noticed how clouds gathered in the sky, forming a storm. Issei, what is that? Akio, the sky is. At that moment a strong wind surrounds them and takes them by surprise. Issei, what? What? What's going on, Sora? Sora, master. Something really bad is coming. Luff, he feels like a candidate for Magic King. Akio, did the seal break? In that they see how something descends from the sky and lands in front of them. When they see that they notice that it was a cross between a dragon and a bird which carried on its back a subject with a hood that covered its face. After that they see how the subject descends from the creature and in a quick movement Issei notices how his arms feel light and then notices that Lilith was not there. He sees that the subject had her in his arms. Issei, what? Lilith. Unknown, my name is Abby's Trinity, the Crimson Magic King, and the Magic King of Lust, have come to get my daughter back, Lilith Azazel. Issei, Lilith, is she your daughter? At that the Magic King smiles. Issei, are you a Magic King? Abby's, indeed I am. Sora/Akio, what? Akio, is he? Luff, you're identical, are you brothers or something? Abby's, huh? He and I may be similar in some ways. Sora, this energy is really him but not completely the same. But why? Abby's, why? The Spriggan girl didn't tell them. Akio, here in the Library of Heaven, there are things that are used to defeat magic kings and candidates. Akio, and the most dangerous and powerful of them all. Luff, it's the Abby's, exactly. Issei, huh? In that they see how the sky was filled with crystals like the previous ones that Issei had destroyed. Abby's, the simplest way to kill a Magic King is to destroy the Magic King element that resides in him, and the most efficient way to do it is to have a Magic King from another world do it. Abby's, so I, a part of the magic king from another world, was summoned to this land by the Spriggans long ago. Abby's, summoned only to kill you, candidate for magic king of this world. Akio, there used to be a city at the entrance of the library, did you destroy it? Abby's, yes I did. Akio, may I ask you why? We fulfilled our role as Spriggan and protected you. Abby's, why was it? Would you still remember the details you did to kill so many a long time ago? Akio. Abby's, well, if that's how things are, I remember having destroyed the entire city, but I doubt I had any particular reason, I was just bored. Abby's, anyway, I was just testing to see if I could also use the Magic King weapons of this world, while forgetting the city. Blowing up everything in a 100 kilometers radius was really fun. Akio, just because of that? Abby's, just for that? Akio, you don't have much logic. Abby's, experimenting and researching is natural for those who pursue magic. Trinity 7 of this world, when you find a weapon of massive power, isn't it normal to want to try it? At that, Akio with all his strength quickly moves from his place to attack Abby's with a kick that hits her directly in the face while she was shedding tears. But the blow had not made the slightest scratch to Abby's. Akio, what? Abby's, would you like to get a taste of some real Spriggan nihilism? At that moment, an energy dragon attacks Akio, trapping her and beginning to squeeze her tightly, which causes her to let out a cry of pain. Akio, Yueya? Issei Akio? At that, the snake throws Akio to where Issei was with the others. When she hits the ground, Ilya quickly goes to heal her. Ilya, I use magic from one of the worst Dama. After a few seconds, Ilya finishes healing Akio. Ilya, she's fine, she just lost consciousness. Issei, did he say something about nihilism? Sora, yes, there are many themes related to life and souls in the Luxuria file. Since your theme is control, yours is probably this one. Abby's, correct, my theme is the Nita, the concept of death, and annihilation, returning everything to nothing. Sora, wow, he mentioned being only a part, so it seems he's not saving energy. Luff, it seems that the simple release of his magic gives him absolute control over this area. Issei, curse and control, is my job. Sora, that just means you're not in a complete state. Issei, but I can't just let you go with Lilith. At that, Issei activates his Magus mode while his eyes slit like a reptile's. Abby's, what, do you intend to face me? Like that grimoire mentioned, you have no chance of defeating me. Issei, yes, it wasn't complete, but I won't hold back any longer. If necessary, I'll use everything to finish you off. Issei, by the way, senpai, why are you here? Abby's, Issei, if you were here to kill me already, or you had tried with those crystals on us, however you do nothing, so why are you here? Abby's, you're right, I have no intention of doing anything to the Magic King and the candidates of this world. Issei, then let us go with Lilith. Abby's, I can't allow that, Lilith Azazel, my daughter, is the last key that connects this world with all the others. Sora, what did you say? So what you mean is, you want to return to your world so you can regain all your strength. Abby's, hey, you are indeed a manuscript, engraved with a shaft part, you even know about that, huh? Issei, thinking, we are in a bad situation. If he has Lilith as a hostage, it is very dangerous. Luff, At that, Issei turns around and sees that Luff wanted to talk to him. Luff, I have nothing to do with this, so can I go home now? Abby's, I was wondering who you were, but aren't you the thief who came here a while ago? Luff, yes, thank you very much for allowing me to steal your magic weapons that time. Abby's, I have no reason to fight with a simple mage who isn't even a Trinity 7, go, stay, do what you want. Luff, I see, then let me help you, Issei. Issei notices that Luff had gotten angry with Abby for belittling her. Issei, it's okay. At that, Issei takes the necklace that Luff had that suppressed his magic and breaks it as if it were nothing. Luff, thanks now, Virtus arm. Light pierce Bryanak. In that, all the crystals that were surrounding them are destroyed. Luff, now Issei-san. You owe me for this. Abby's, I see. At that point the dragon that Abyss had summoned is going to attack Issei, but Luff gets in the way. Luff, I won't allow it. In a quick movement, Luff cuts off a part of a building and it falls on the dragon, crushing it and causing it to let out a roar of pain. Abyss, the thief, pretends to be smart, huh? At that point, Abyss was distracted by Luff, without realizing that Issei had moved quickly until he reached him and was about to take Lilith from his hands, but Abyss managed to react. Abyss, sad-faced, thought, it was very close, it's quite fast. Abyss, it's good that you won over the thief, but don't get greedy when you're not even part of Avaricia, Kohai. At that moment, Abyss was about to attack Issei, but she was stopped by some energy chains that came from Lise. Lise, I was waiting for this. Issei, well, it's time to go for Lilith. At that moment, Issei was about to go look for Lilith, but his feet were surrounded by energy chains. Issei, hey Lise. Lise, you can't, Issei-kun. Leave Lilith-sensei alone for now. Issei, what are you saying? Sora. Sora, I think Issei is right, Lise, let it out. Luff, that's all the time I could get them. Lise, it won't last much longer. Abyss, interesting, do you think you can run? At that point, Abyss begins to generate a huge energy attack that she would launch against them. Sora, whoa! Shit, we'll be lost if that thing hits us. Issei, wait Lilith yet. Luff, here it comes. Sora, come on, master, react quickly. At that, Issei appears the booster gear on his arm and begins to prepare an attack to counter Abyss, but he did not have enough time, and the attack impacted where they were, causing a large smoke screen. When it cleared, only a large hole in the ground could be seen with no trace of Issei or the girls. Chapter 18. The secret is revealed. We find ourselves where moments before the confrontation between Astral and Issei had taken place but was interrupted by Lise, so that after that Astral launched an attack against them, which caused that at this moment the only thing that can be seen is a large hole in the ground with Astral flying over it riding a monster. Astral, so you really are strong enough to escape my magic. In that Astral he sees Lilith, who was being carried by him, and sees how she was sleeping. Astral, it doesn't matter. In that, Astral makes the beast he was riding start to fly towards the center of the place. Astral, it's a nice game we're having, I'm going to enjoy it a little more, Kohai. Meanwhile, with the chestnut tree we can see how it was in another place. It was in the middle of the desert alone. Issei, huh? I'm outside the Sky Library? Akio, no, you're in my dream. At that, Issei turns around and sees Akio still in her child form with her nun's clothing. Akio, it seems our minds reconnected. Issei, yes, the first time I saw you in that form was when you lent me your power. Then Akio shows his fist to Issei, and he notices that he had the same maraca that he had given him before, and it was shining. Then Issei looks at his hand and sees the mark too. Akio, that symbol you have is part of me, that makes it easier for us to connect. Akio, by the way, it seems like our bodies are perfect for each other. In that, Issei sees how Akio places himself in a hexy pose while talking to him. Issei, is that all? Akio, is that all? I was hoping you'd say, if you were in your old body. Or something like that. Issei, I don't care, I want to be friends with all the pretty girls, no matter if they are big or small. Akio, ahahaha. I see, you're quite the gentleman. I think I understand now why my captain fell in love with you. Issei, anyway, this is a dream world, right? That means it's like Yui's room. Akio, I don't really have that kind of power, it's more like you forced your way in here. Issei, I see, sorry for waiting. Akio, it's okay. Anyway, I have nothing to hide. As much as I want to wake up and plan our next step, sleeping will help us recover our magic faster. Issei, yes. Akio, what's going on? Issei, now I will take care of this completely. I don't want anyone else to get hurt just because I don't want to do things seriously. Akio, I know you're worried about Lilith Sensei, but we can't do anything for now. I'm trapped in this body and we don't have much magic, maybe if I had my original form. Issei, don't worry, you'll see, I'll take care of everything. Akio saw that Issei did not doubt his words, so he decided to trust him. Akio, it's okay, I trust you. Issei, changing the subject, I still don't believe there could have been a city here. Akio, I couldn't believe it at first either. Issei. Akio, I thought I had teleported to a faraway place or something, but the sky hadn't changed and I could still feel the sky library so. Akio, I had a feeling that we had been betrayed by the god we were protecting. Issei, I see, your childhood was quite hard. Akio, I guess, by the way, do you know that the other Trinity 7 also had hard lives? Issei, really? Everyone seems to be enjoying life now, although now that I think about it, I think Mira also mentioned something like that. Akio, so you two are already at that stage? Issei, did you lose your parents when that happened? Akio, I lost my mother. My father had died of an illness long before that, then I realized I was the only survivor. Issei, yes. Akio, but during that moment when I was caught by the light, my mother chose to give this to me instead of protecting her own life. At that, Akio shows Issei the mark he had on his hand. Akio, he is completely covered by his desire to protect me. Issei, I see, so the reason why you are so strong and why almost no blow affects you is because you have your mother's power? Akio, yes, maybe. Issei, so that's why the strength of your feelings becomes the power of your mantra enchantment, magic. Akio, yet you still don't show much compassion. What I'm telling you is really depressing. Issei, it's fine, as long as you want to talk about them. Akio, well, that's something very cruel. Issei, well, I really don't know if it's cruel or not, but a painful past has nothing to do with the present, right? Akio. Issei, or rather, we were able to become friends now thanks to those experiences, so I'm grateful to your mother. I don't really have a reason to be compassionate or sad. Akio, hey, I always found you a bit strange, but you say really strange things. Issei, is it really strange? I would actually hate for you to die or for the others to get hurt, but you're already filled with sorrow and regret on your mother's part, right? So instead, I'll make you laugh and feel safe. I'm sure your mother would prefer that, wouldn't she? After finishing saying that, Akio goes to Issei and jumps to hug him tightly, which surprises him at first, but then he reciprocates the hug while gently stroking his head. Akio, you're funny, so this is your reward. Issei, I see, whether it's to seek revenge for your mother or to go rescue Lilith, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. Meanwhile, in another part of the Library of Heaven, we can see how in one of its rooms Lilith was sleeping on a bed, and a few seconds ago she began to wake up without knowing where she was at that moment. Lilith, and then where am I? At that, Lilith begins to observe the room in which she was, which was a normal bedroom, but suddenly she begins to hear how someone was approaching where she was. Lilith, who's there? Astral, it seems you have awakened my beloved daughter. At that, Lilith sees how Astral entered the room with a smile on his face. Lilith, daughter? What are you talking about? Astral, it's no surprise that you don't remember anything about your parents. Perhaps you're the daughter of a magic king, but crossing through worlds and time will still alter your memories. Lilith, I cross between worlds? At that, Lilith feels a strong headache. Astral, correct, you were transported to this world from one I destroyed. Lilith, Issei. Where are Issei and the others? Astral, Issei? That candidate? I was planning to finish him off, but it seems he managed to escape. He's probably fleeing the safety of this castle as we speak. Lilith, I see. Astral, you care a lot about him before yourself, right? Lilith, WL. Astral, don't worry, I won't use you until the macro preparations are complete. Lilith, macro. Astral, that's right, Lilith Azazel, I will use the last key that you possess to open a door to worlds, and thus I will be able to recover my true power of my world, and thus I will be able to rule this as its magic king. At that point, Lilith begins to feel Astral releasing a bit of its power while getting excited. Lilith, hey! This magic. After that, Lilith quickly activates her Magus mode and summons her rifle, preparing to fight against the Astral Magic King. Lilith, I won't let you, Magic King from another world. Perform. Buster mode. Astral, hey, I see. You want more family time, right? Come, I'll give you a demonstration of the essence of the Luxuria file. Lilith, we'll see, vaporize. Helmet Buster. At that, Lilith fires a powerful attack against the Astral. Astral, indeed very powerful. Astral, your use of alchemy has allowed you to create a great amount of magic, but Astral, it's still little compared to your father, a magic king, but I'm really happy with my daughter's progress. At that, the Astral raises his right hand and with it stops Lilith's attack, but after that, a huge explosion is generated, and when the smoke caused by this Astral clears, he can see that Lilith had left the place since she had taken advantage of the explosion to escape from there. Astral, I see, you use your magic as a smoke screen to escape. A wise decision, you really are my daughter, let's enjoy this family hide-and-seek game. Meanwhile, returning to Issei, he had already woken up and had returned to the girls. At this moment, we can see how he was walking through the library corridors accompanied by the girls, but Issei had not spoken to Issei. Love, that's the exit to the center of the castle, but are you sure? Issei of? Love, if we continue like this in our current state, we'll end up being defeated again. Issei, don't worry, this time I'll take the fight seriously. Akio, although there is something that could help us. Issei, yes? Akio, there are 2 Magic King weapons sealed in the Library of Heaven, if you could use one of them. Love, I just heard some very useful information for me. Akio, aha, you probably shouldn't think about stealing one of them. Only a Magic King could handle that amount of destructive magic. Issei, what do you think, Sora? Sora, you have enough power to defeat him, but it wouldn't hurt to be prepared as well. At that, Sora approaches Issei's ear and whispers to him. Sora, you know, it is said that some Magic Kings had tools so powerful that they could take human form. Issei, and I see she could be a beautiful girl. Sora, yes. After that, Sora stops whispering to Issei and they separate. Issei, okay, let's go for it. Love, but you have enough power to control them. Akio, that's the problem. Issei, are they really that dangerous? Ilya, Magic King weapons are tools that Magic Kings use to destroy worlds. They contain a force that resides deep in hell. If you use one, you will probably never be a normal magician again. Issei, a normal magician? Akio, even though you were never a normal magician. Lise, I would never lose against a normal magician, especially one like your Issei. Issei, I see, let's go for that weapon. Akio, it's this way. At that point, everyone starts running towards the sealed weapon, while Issei runs and talks to Drake. Mental space. Drake, buddy, are you sure you want to go for that weapon? Issei, imagine Drake, the possibility that this is one of the weapons that Sora mentioned and it can turn into a beautiful girl. Drake, you'll never change, right? Issei, never. Outside the mental space. Luff, he was easily convinced. I expected him to take it more seriously. Lise, at least he's more interested this way. After a while running, Akio stops and the others do the same when they see her stop. Issei, what's going on? Akio, there is one more problem. Issei, huh? Akio, should be here soon. Issei, ho? Then they see a gigantic rock golem appear in front of them. Issei, are you serious? Luff, it seems that a guardian golem was summoned. Akio, shit! Oni-chan, be on your guard. In that, Akio sees how the golem had launched a blow towards Issei, and when it impacted, a large cloud of smoke was produced which worried the girls, but what they saw when the smoke cleared surprised them. They could see how Issei was stopping the golem's blow with one arm, but it was being covered by a strange red glove. Issei, I'll finish this quickly, nothing will stop me from going for that sword. At that, Issei sends a blow with great force against the golem which causes the golem's arm to be completely destroyed. Luff, but what? Akio, how did he do it? After that they see how the golem was recovering as they see how the rock arm was being rebuilt, but see how Issei disappears at a speed that even surprises Luff and appears on top of the golem charging a magic attack which the girls, when feeling the power that Issei's attack had, are surprised since it was much. Issei, dragon shot. In that, Issei fires the attack against the golem, and ends up destroying it completely, which leaves them surprised except for Sora, Ilya and Lise, who knew about his power. After that, Issei falls to the ground and the girls run to where he was. Akio, Oniai-chan. At that, Akio jumps and hugs Issei, which surprises him, but he reciprocates. Akio, don't scare me like that again. Issei, seeing that Akio had really worried about him, could only give a slight smile. Issei, it's okay. Lise, well, I think it would be better to continue. Issei, you're right, we have to go for the sword. At that, Issei along with Sora, Lise and Akio begin to walk in the direction where the sword was, but in that they are stopped by Luff. Luff, wait. Issei, what's going on? Luff, how did you do that? And what's that on your arm? Issei, huh? At that, Issei looks at his arm and realizes that because he had concentrated on going for the sword, he didn't realize that he had used the booster gear and that he still had it activated. When he saw it, the ISO disappeared at that same instant. Issei, it's nothing. Akio, Luff is right, what was that Issei thing? Issei, Issei, seeing that he had been discovered, didn't know what to say at that moment, and he didn't know if telling them the truth about who he was would be the right thing to do or if it would be better to continue lying, so Issei, seeing that he had no way out, would have to talk. Sora, Master, I think it would be best if you told him the truth. Issei, do you believe it? Sora, yes, and maybe you could end up getting another piece. Issei, it's okay. At that, Issei turns to Akio and Luff, who are waiting for Issei's answer. Issei, girls, do you believe in demons? Akio/Luff, huh? So Issei begins to tell them a lot about the supernatural world and its history. At first the girls did not believe Issei since they thought it was only magic, but when Issei showed his dragon wings the girls were surprised. He also explained to them about his evil piece and what had happened to Lise, and so he also showed them the wings that she had. It is worth mentioning that Issei omitted the part that he had a harem. Issei, well, that would be all. Akio, surprising. Luff, what is a sacred gear? Issei tells her about the sacred gears, and Luff, upon learning that some could be incredibly powerful, got little stars in her eyes just thinking about getting one of them. Issei, well, I think it would be best to continue. So everyone starts walking again in search of the sword, but the walk didn't last more than a few minutes, since when they entered the next room they found the sword floating inside a crystal in the middle of the room. Issei, is that? Sora, I would have thought that this battle was close to our goal. Akio, that is one of the Magic King weapons resting in the library, the Impel Arm, Imperial Black Sword, Jedica. Issei, Jedica. At that point they start to hear noises coming from the back room, and when they turn around they see two more golems appear. Issei, they seriously don't want me to get it. Lise, let's finish quickly and go for her. Issei. Luff, if you go get it, and then give it to me. Issei, upon hearing what Luff said, can't help but feel a drop of sweat form on his head. Issei, if I get it, it will be mine. Issei approaches a little until he is under the crystal and then raises his arm. As he does so, the sword begins to react with Issei's power, which causes the crystal to be destroyed. Akio, catch her now. Issei, okay. At that, Issei jumps and catches the sword, but in doing so the sword gets tangled in Issei's arm and he starts talking. Sword identified Magic King element, activating Jedica. Issei, what? Sora, Master, be careful. Sword, Superbia, file confirmed theme, Imperium, confirmed. Akio, I think the sword is examining Issei to see if he is good enough to wield it. Luff, that's fine, but could you hurry up? In that, Luff sees how they were being surrounded by many guardian crystals. Sword, full analysis. Luxuria, external alchemy, gluttony, mantra enchantment. Error, the subject Magic King does not possess one of the qualities of being a Trinity, beginning forced activation. Issei, huh? Sword, beginning of the Magic King's berserker state. Sora, wait a minute. Akio, shit, he's forcing Issei's magic power out. Drake, Sora, you have to stop him quickly. If he continues like this, the Juggernaut will also be activated. Sora, shit. Akio, Issei releases Jedica. In that, Akio tries to make Issei drop the sword, trying to remove it, but when he gets close, Issei attacks unconsciously, which causes Akio to fly away and with some damage. Lee's, well, it's all or nothing, chrono calculation. At that, the whole environment turns black and time freezes and Issei's transformation stops. Issei, Lee's, what did you do? Lee's, we're in the frozen world. You were seconds away from losing control, so I had to freeze you. Issei, I see, thanks. In that, Lee sees Issei's arm where he had Jedica and sees how the transformation still continued but much slower. Lee's, although time is supposed to be stopped, the transformation still continues but much slower, so this will only be a temporary solution. Issei, I see. At that, Issei takes out the part that was attached to his arm of Jedica and then releases it, surprising the girls. Sora, hey, do you know if it's safe to take off that thing? Ilya, she's right, you scared me. Issei, it's not my fault. It was very annoying to move with that thing on my arm. Thanks, Lee's, you saved me. Lee's, it's okay, I like you, Issei. Issei, thanks, Lee's, I like you too. Lee's blushes slightly upon hearing that. Issei, changing the subject, Sora-chan, do you have any idea what happened? Sora, yes, it seems you need one more file. Issei, I see. Lee's, you heard her, you're going to copy my logo arts right now, and since we have to make sure. Then Lee's approaches Issei and hugs him by the neck while she puts her breasts on Issei's. Lee's, I'll be sure to teach you personally. Issei, I'm counting on you. Sora, we will also help you. Lee's, okay, let's get started. Issei, what do we have to do? Lee's, do you remember how to copy my magic? Issei, yes. Lee's, I'll eat you and then you'll try to analyze it when you're inside me. Ilya, hey, that's just another excuse to try to steal Issei's magic king element. Lee's, you don't have to believe in me, Issei-kun. Issei, of course I trust you. Lee's, hey? Issei, you may have been an evil magician, but now you are part of my entourage, which means you are also part of my family. Lee's, so since I'm part of your family, you don't care if I'm evil. Issei, I don't mind, since a good master makes sure his pieces are fine and don't go astray. Lee's, I see, that's all. Issei, not really, good or bad, you are who you are, your dirty side, the way you put your sister before everything, and how hexy you are. I like everything about you, and that's what matters. Lee's, upon hearing those words, becomes happy and begins to shed some tears of joy and then hugs Issei while hiding her face in his chest. Issei, upon seeing this, just lets out a slight smile and hugs her. Lee's, I see, thanks. Issei, that's why I will never let you be alone in a place like this again or get hurt. At that, Lee's looks up and sees Issei smiling, which makes her blush a little more, but determined. In a quick movement, Lee's kisses Issei, which surprises him, but he happily reciprocates, and after a few minutes they separate, being united by a thread of saliva. Issei, it would be better to start right away. Lee's, you're right, then take a little of my magic. Issei, it's okay. Ilya, nah, nothing dirty. Sora, but the most effective way is. At that, Lee's takes off her clothes from the top of her Magus mode, leaving her breasts exposed. Sora, oh sure, physical contact improves magic sensitivity. Lee's, see, that's why I'll take his whole body. Issei, hey? My whole body? Ah, really? Then Lee sits on Issei's legs and hugs him again by the neck, putting her breasts on Issei's. Lee's nervous? No, anyway, Sora-chan and Ilya-chan, you know what to do. Sora, understood. Ilya, let's finish this quickly. In that, where Issei was lying with Lee's on his chest, a large magic circle was formed. Issei, are you sure you want to do them here? Lee's, we can do them later when we get back, that would be better. Ilya, that won't happen even when we get back. Sora, Ilya and I will not deal with the concept and understanding, so Master let her do what she wants with you until she finishes the reasoning process. Issei, of course, although if you want, we can continue later. Lee's, tempting, but it would be better to start, darling. Then Lee's kisses Issei and he reciprocates, and after a few seconds Sora speaks. Sora, concept, analysis complete. That is, understanding the basics of magic, but to do so, you need to confirm both the name and execution with your eyes and ears. Issei, name and execution, I got it. Ilya, the understanding analysis is also complete. This involves understanding the fundamentals of the family tree of magic, provided you know the name of the magic's founder through a mage who currently uses it. In that, Issei remembers when he was talking with Akio about the handling of the mantra enchantment. Issei, ready, was that enough? Liz, I see you already knew the name of the execution of my Logos arts when I showed it to you, and I also told you the name of the ancestor when I activated my last crest, the last step, the reasoning. Liz, I'll need to take some of your magic. In that, Liz absorbs a bit of Issei's magic, but in doing so, she lets out a cry of pain. Issei, Liz. What happens? Sora, she used to have her magic king element, so she was fine when she took your magic, but now she's just a normal magician. Ilya, if your magic enters it, it will consume it from the inside. Issei, no way, Liz. Liz, I got it. The process of reasoning is the analysis of the foundations of magic and the dismantling of the chemical structure. Issei, analysis, and disarmament. Sora, got it. It refers to dismantling the nature of magic through the use of logic. That's what you specialize in. Issei, I see you mean the dress break. Sora, exactly. Your magic to undress is the analysis and disarm of the Magus mode. What you have to do is disable the Magus mode of Liz with that. Liz, Issei, you can do it. Issei, of course. There's no way I'm leaving you suffering. Then, in Issei's hands, the threads of the dress break appeared. Issei, well, here we go, dress break. In that, the clothes and Magus mode of Liz are completely dissolved. Sora, I managed to complete the third process. In that, the frozen world where they were at that moment is completely destroyed, and from there Issei comes out with Liz in his arms naked. Akio, Issei. Luff, huh? Issei, it's time to end this. Chapter 19, The Security. We can see how Issei has just appeared in front of the girls with Liz in his hands being carried bridal style, but in that Akio and Luff can see how behind Issei was a golem about to attack him. Akio, Oniai-chan. At that, Issei realizes that the golem is behind him, and in a rapid movement that could not be seen by anyone, it appeared behind Akio and Luff, surprising them with its speed. Issei, chronocalculation. At that, Akio runs to where Issei was. Akio, you did it, you managed to get Logos art. Issei, yes, take care of her anyway. At that, Issei hands Akio an unconscious Liz. Issei, now let's see what this new sword is like. Come to my Jedica. Then the sword reaches where Issei was and he catches it. Sword, gluttony, mantra incantation, luxuria, external alchemy, Aestia, Logos arts, Trinity confirmed. Good morning, Magic King. Issei, let's see what you're capable of. Booster gear. At that point, Issei decided to make his booster gear appear to enhance his sword with the power of the dragon, but in doing so, his power rose enormously in such a way that it could be felt everywhere, even in the Magic Academy. Magic Academy. We can see how Mira was currently polishing her crystal ball, but then she feels Issei's power increase enormously, which causes her to drop her crystal ball in surprise, causing it to fall to the ground, breaking. Mira, Kaya! This dirty magic. Returning to the Library of Heaven, in another part of it we can see how Abyss was near Lilith. He was searching through the library but stood still when he felt the immense power released by Issei. Abyss, this magic. Meanwhile, with Lilith, she was running to escape from Abyss, but suddenly she feels how Issei's magic increases, which causes her to fall to the ground. Lilith, that immense amount of magic is so terrifying. Meanwhile, returning to Issei, when he activated his dragon power, his eyes were torn like those of a reptile, but when his power combined with that of the sword, his eyes changed again. But after a few seconds Issei appeared next to Akio and Luff with his eyes back to normal. Luff, wait, all that suspense and you're not going to beat those giants? Issei, I actually already did it. At that, Luff and Akio look back where Issei was pointing with his finger and see how the 2 stone golems fell to pieces, destroyed, on the ground. Akio, but what? Issei, it's incredible how the sword increased my magic. Akio, increase your magic. Issei, yes, now I'm stronger, although what I really did was test my new magic by freezing time with the Logos arts so that while time was stopped I took advantage and destroyed the golems without problems. After that, Luff carefully approaches Issei. Luff, can I touch it? At that, Issei sees that he was trying to take Jedica while he was letting drool fall from his mouth. Issei, I think so, but I recommend not doing it. Luff, but I'm a curious girl. When there's a treasure in front of me I can't resist touching it. At that moment, Luff touches Jedica with a finger, but when he does so, the sword releases some chains that trap Luff. Jedica, starting to absorb magic from the target. At that, the chains tighten on Luff's body, causing her to let out a slight moan. Luff, AAA, this is bad. After that, Luff falls to the ground tired while she was sweating. Luff, after that I can't believe I can marry anyone else but you. Issei, I would happily accept that proposal, but I don't understand why. Luff, it is because a woman receives all treasure from her husband. Issei, you really don't give up, right? Luff, no. Issei, well, now that I'm done enjoying the view of Luff, it would be best to go look for Lilith since I feel that she is close to us. Akio, can you even feel that now? Issei, I've always been able to. How do you think I always find the ninja? Meanwhile, in another part of the Sky Library, we can see how Lilith was running, but she stops. Lilith, that feeling from before was Issei, or I don't have to believe that he's still the same. At that moment, Lilith hears someone speaking behind her. Abby's not bad, although I shouldn't be surprised if my own daughter could know what just happened. At that, the wall that was behind Lilith is destroyed. Abby's : that explosion was definitely the work of a magic king who obtained the Trinity, and wielded a magic king weapon. Lilith, so it was really Issei. Abby's, that guy was able to get 3 files and achieve the Trinity at the last moment. I'm impressed. I was right to be worried about you. Lilith, worried? Abby's HMP? Haven't you noticed? When one awakens as a magic king he gains such immense power, that he loses those around him. All that's left is unconditional loneliness. The soul loses all sense and purpose of being human. This will eventually turn him into a magic king. That kid will probably start losing his mind soon. Abby's, or maybe he already lost her. Lilith, Issei wouldn't lose his mind so easily. Abby's, what? Lilith, he's always so extravagant, disrespectful, and a pervert who lives in his own world. Even when he's in danger he doesn't change his attitude. A boy like him, he won't change just because he becomes a magic king. Abby's, ha 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 ha. Interesting. Lilith, huh? Abby's, you really are the daughter of a magic king. No, maybe it's because you are a... Lilith, what do you mean? At that point, Abby's begins to fly and extends her hand in the direction where Lilith was, and she begins to feel pain and begins to levitate. Lilith, arg? Abby's, okay, let's have a family talk. I'll tell you what a magic king, what your beloved candidate for magic king is. Any magician would search and dream of one day reaching a certain place. Abby's, Akashic, it is said to contain all chaos and wisdom, all beginnings and endings, and there exists an infinite number of worlds, each connected by something called karma. The worlds begin and end again and again. They are born, disappear, are reborn, and disappear again. The magic king exists by this system. People like me, or the candidate of this world's. Abby's, the magic king is born as a human, a simple baby with the secret of unlimited magical power. Abby's, what happens next depends on the growth of the baby. Where one grows up as a genuine magic king, there are other worlds where people fear his magic, and he is killed shortly after birth. Abby's, some like me who are raised as wizards from their youth, or like the wizard king candidate of this world who grow up as normal people, but regardless of the circumstances, the wizard king will find the 7 most powerful wizards of that world, the Trinity 7, and begin his transformation into the wizard king. Abby's, some kill the Trinity 7, while others take everything from them. Others will destroy the world with them by their side. The world is reduced to nothing as a result. That is the role of the Magic King. His mission, his destiny may have nothing to do with Luxuria, but as the Magic King of that archive. Abby's, I decided to rebel against the system in a way before destroying my world. Lilith, rebel against the system? Abby's, having a daughter. When Lilith heard that, she was in shock. Abby's, together with my partner from my own world, we gave birth to you and sent you to another world, which means we were successful in sending the Magic King element to this world, meaning I can come to this world too. Lilith, no way, so you had me just to destroy this world? Abby's, exactly, Lilith Azazel, my daughter, now come show your father the key that is used to open worlds, the last key, that resides inside you so you can recover the true power of a Magic King. Lilith, ugh. Abby's, my Magic King element. Lilith, Lilith, sad face thinking, issei. Then, behind Abby's back, without him noticing, issei appears. Issei, I think you're doing something regrettable, senpai. In a quick movement, issei hits Abby's, sending him far away from where he was. After that, Abby's recovers and rubs the place where he was hit. Abby's, tch Mashusu. Mashusu, Ra. At that point, the beast that was accompanying Abby is going to attack issei, but suddenly Akio appears and hits the beast with a direct kick to the head, causing it to fall knocked out. Akio, take this. Abby's, ngh, don't push your luck Kohai. At that, Abby's charges a magic attack and launches it at issei, but he reacts quickly and counters the attack with a dragon shot. Issei, boost 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 dragon shot. Thus, issei's dragon shot far surpasses Abby's attack in power, destroying it completely, and Abby's receiving the direct impact of the attack, which causes it to hit a wall and produce a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, with issei, he went to see Lilith. Issei, are you okay, Lilith? Then when Lilith sees issei, she starts to shed some tears. Lilith, issei hic. Issei, he sorry I'm a little late. At that, Lilith begins to dry her tears. Lilith, it's not that, you haven't changed, right? Issei hm? I guess not. After hearing that, Lilith goes and hugs issei tightly. This surprises him for a moment, but then he hugs issei back while smiling. Issei, sorry for taking so long, was it scary while you were waiting? Lilith, if it was, I was worried you might change. Issei, me? Why? Lilith, because the closer you are to being a Magic King, the less human you will be. Issei, don't worry, I won't change, and I'll get hit if I change, so if I ever do something you don't like, hit me like always. Lilith, are you sure? Issei, of course, but now Lilith waits here while I finish this. At that, issei turns around and can see how Abby's was already standing in front of him. Abby's, you've become stronger with your new Kohai weapon. At that, Akio notices that Abby's had a sword with him. Akio, the heavy red imperial, kinda, that was the weapon that destroyed my people. Issei, thinking, interesting, another sword if it has the same ability as Jedica to turn into a girl. Issei, I know you haven't shown your full power yet. Abby's, I see now you are able to measure my magic since you have come closer in power. Issei, the truth is, senpai, I have always been able to be stronger, so end this once and for all. Here I go, senpai. Abby's, let's see if it's true, come on Kohai. Meanwhile, far from that place, returning to the Bible Academy, we can see how Eren was with Yui and Nura. Eren, no, don't do it. Yui, Eren-chan? What's going on? Eren, you must not fight that man. Look, a big difference between their powers. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, we can see the director who is looking out the window at the sky. Director, I wonder if they felt something that only the Magic Kings of this world can notice. Returning to the fight between Issei and Abby, we can see how they were exchanging sword blows against each other, but they always blocked them. But while they were fighting, the power they released was such that the walls and the floor began to crack. Lilith, they are even. Akio, no, Oniai-chan is stronger. Abby's red imperial sword, kinda. Execute the theme, fall. Kinda, as you wish, master. Sora, it seems that he has gathered a large amount of magic in his sword. Issei, yeah, why don't we take a look at what he has? Girls, analyze and adapt. Sora/Ilya, understood, leave it to us. Issei, take this. Abby's, you leave the analysis to your grimoires while you attack me with your own power? Interesting. In that, both clash their swords with great power, which causes both to retreat by force. Sora, fall, macro theme analyzed. Ilya, erases the existence of anything that comes into contact with it. Issei, I think it's time to go all out to finish this once and for all. Issei, Jedica. We'll go with Akio's power. Conception. Jedica, understood master file gluttony, running theme, Fides. In that Jedica is covered by the same symbols that Issei had when he used the power of Akio. Akio, what? Issei, taste a little of how people felt when you destroyed their city. Abby's HM? Kinda, anti-magic detected, unable to maintain macro. So Issei hits the attack against Abby's, who flies towards a wall, and it collapses on him due to the force of the impact. Issei incapacitated his magic by using his own anti-magic. Luff, and then he attacked with the sword while it was imbued with the mantra enchantment. Luff, how many tricks does the Magic King candidate of Hijiri have up his sleeve? But suddenly you can see how Abby's comes out of the rubble, somewhat hurt but not much. Abby's, I guess I'm at a disadvantage now that you've gotten your third file. Issei, I'd rather we ended up here and you gave up. Abby's, how would you give up if you were in my shoes? Issei, probably not. Abby's, but it's time. At that Issei realizes what Abby wanted to do. Issei, Lilith, run. Lilith, huh? At that Abby's makes a large magic circle appear throughout the sky library. Lilith, WH-? This is it? Huh. Lilith notices something appear on her chest. Lilith, Kaya. Issei, Lilith. In that Lilith begins to transform. Issei, it's the same thing that happened with Hijiri. Sora, is the manifested form of the Luxuria Eshma file. Abby's, so you have arrived, my daughter, the last key now opens the way to my world. In that, a kind of portal begins to form in the sky. Abby's, ah. My powers are coming back. The true power of a magic king. At that point, Abby's power increased enormously, and at the same time her clothing also changed. She was now wearing black armor. Abby's, allow me to show you a true magic king, the essence of my magic, the darkness of Vanitas, the infinite void that consumes everything. Abby's, all reason, all truth, this world will be completely mine, and it will be replaced with the laws of nothingness. Farthest Algol. Abby's, this is a real magic king. Issei, NGH. Chrono calculation. In that Issei tries to use the chrono calculation, but Abby's attack hits him, preventing it. Abby's, my farthest Algol, is the essence of my Vanitas, it will consume even the ends of worlds. My wand can erase all records, the laws of a world created by a magic king. That is magic. Meanwhile, returning to the academy, we can see how all the girls were worried. Look, Ma. Yui magic. Director, the final stop on a magician's journey. Rewriting the laws of the world and destroying all of that is magic. A magic king takes the world into himself and manipulates it with his own laws. Yui, so at this rate everyone? Levi, and that red magic king will rewrite everything as he pleases. Aaron, dear. Meanwhile, returning with Issei, the others can see how the girls had covered themselves with a magic field to protect themselves. Luff, what is this? Lee's, nothing, that consumes everything completely. That sounds like magic. Akio, forget that, we're also about to be consumed. Lee's, it seems that Issei is not doing well either. It is somewhat surprising to see him in trouble, don't you think? Luff, hey, aren't you thinking of going against that monster? Lee's, I think so. Luff, why? Why is he your candidate for Demon King? Akio, it has nothing to do with that. Akio/Lee's, I like it. Meanwhile with Issei. Drake, mate, I think it's time to take this seriously and finish it. Issei, you're right, otherwise it will be the end of everything. Issei, booster gear balance break. At that point, everyone felt how Issei's power increased in an enormous way, surpassing Abby's without problems. The girls were surprised by Issei's transformation since they hadn't seen it before. Meanwhile, at the Magic Academy, everyone was in shock to feel how suddenly Issei's power increased monstrously without problems. The bubble that had trapped Issei exploded due to his immense power, while Abby's, upon feeling the power of her Kohai, was surprised since it was much greater than his. Issei, okay senpai, let's finish this. Abby's, huh? At that, Issei quickly moves until he is in front of Abby's and hits him directly in the face with a fist, sending him far away, but without being able to see him, Issei appeared behind him and connects a kick that raises Abby's through the sky so that he could then see Issei above him, who was waiting for him to connect another kick, sending him directly to the ground, destroying him completely. The armor that protected Abby's was completely cracked by the force of the blows. After that, Issei quickly goes to where Lilith was, and when he gets to where she is, he touches her so that the threads of the dress break appear in Issei's hand. Issei, I hope this is enough. At that, Issei squeezes his hand, activating the dress break, which after a few seconds destroyed Lilith's clothes but also caused Lilith's magic at that moment to be completely annulled. After that, Issei removes his armor but still keeps his dragon wings and hugs Lilith. Issei, I'm sorry Lilith, you keep ending up in situations like this because I trust too much, but no more. I will not let you be in danger again since you are very important to me, just like the others, Liz, Akio, Yui, Eren, Mira, Levi. They are all important to me and I will not let anyone hurt them again no matter what happens from now on. I will use all my power to protect them, so stay by my side and become my Trinity 7. Lilith, Issei. At that, Lilith begins to cry for the happiness of being with Issei. Lilith, yes, I will always be with you. Abby's, it's impossible. My daughter's manifest form was. Abby's, it can't be, you've taken over this whole area with your magic. Lilith, reconnecting to the Luxuria archive. At that, Lilith activates her Magus mode. Issei, balance break. So Issei also makes her armor reappear, which surprises Lilith. Lilith, Issei. Issei, I'll explain to you later, Lilith. Abby's, no way. You've surpassed the Trinity. Issei, this is my true power, the power of the Red Emperor Dragon. The Security. Chapter 20, The Truth is Revealed. We find ourselves at the Magic Academy where we can see the girls in a state of shock from feeling Issei's power as it increased, surpassing them all without problems. Look, that's Eren, where does so much power come from? Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, more specifically in the director's office, we can see how he was sitting at his desk thinking about what just happened. Director, so Issei decided to use his true power, huh? He'll have a lot to explain to the girls when he gets back. Meanwhile, far from the academy in the ruins of the Liber Academy, we can see how the director of the Liber Academy was. Director, unincredible. It's much more powerful than I thought. In the director's hand was a crystal with Hijiri inside, who was smiling at that moment. Returning to the fight, we can see how Issei was with his armor activated without his helmet, while he was hugging Lilith. Abby's, impossible. You've surpassed the Trinity. Issei, sad face, thinking, it doesn't matter anymore, anyway I'll tell the girls later. Issei, I hope you're ready. Abby's, no way. What did you do to my daughter? Issei, oh that. Lilith, the external alchemy magic of my thema, Abby's, was the first thing Issei learned about magic. Issei, so I gathered all the magic from the Luxuria archive that was inside me and powered it up with my booster gear, and then launched it at Lilith. Abby's, what? You actually analyzed magic and even took control of the key. Issei, that's how I do things, senpai. If my destiny is to destroy the world, then I will take control over it and change it. Drag, boost, boost, boost. Abby's, immature magic king. Issei, I would be careful with the sticky-fingered magician. Abby's, okay? At that moment, Luff quickly appeared behind Abby's and took the sword away from her without her having time to react. Luff, it is my nature to take all the good things from my future husband. Drag boost. Issei-senpai, you lost because you didn't learn a very important lesson. Abby's Issei, never mess with what is important to a dragon. Issei, dragon shot. So Issei fires his dragon shot with great power which hits Abby's directly, which is disintegrated by Issei's attack. Issei's attack was so strong that it caused an explosion and everyone fainted. After a while we can see how Issei was waking up on the ground without his armor. Issei, ugh, what happened? Am I in Akio's dream again? Akio, no, this is reality. At that, Issei turns his head and sees Akio behind him, still in her child version. Akio, my home is still as empty as ever. Issei, I see we're finally back. At that, Issei is made to back, supporting his hands on the ground, or so he thought, since suddenly he feels like his left hand was touching something very soft and smooth. When he sees that he was squeezing one of Lilith's breasts. Issei, seeing it, quickly moves away so that Lilith would not hit him, but then she sees how Lilith moves a little and settles down to continue sleeping. Issei, are you sleeping? Akio, I also wanted to sleep, but I wanted to take advantage, so I tried hard to wake up. At that, Issei turns around to see Akio and sees how she winks at him while smiling at him and has a slight blush on her face. After that, Issei sees how Akio throws herself at him and hugs him. Issei, Akio, thank you, Issei. Issei reciprocates Akio's hug. Issei, I'm the one who should thank you. I can take you home safely, and look, your mother won't be upset with me. Then, in Issei's hand, the runes that came out when he activated the mantra magic appear and a light comes out of it. Issei, but what? Akio, ha? At that, the light takes the form of Akio's mother, who was smiling. Akio, mamug. At that, Akio starts to cry and Issei hugs her and puts her head against his chest while he strokes her head. Issei, I see your mother and everyone else trapped in the library, and your home, it was there that gave you strength. In that, the place where Issei was changes, and now he was in the library of heaven, but there were many people, all of them were the ones who lived in that place. In that, he turns his head and sees how little Akio was running while pulling her mother's hand and smiling. After that, Issei hugs Akio with affection, but something catches the attention of both of them and they turn to see Akio's mother in front of them smiling at them. In that, Akio's mother puts her hand on Akio's head and begins to caress it. Akio's tears begin to come out of his eyes. Akio's mother. At that, Akio stops crying and sees how his mother was smiling at him. Akio, very well, thank you. After that, Akio's mother disappears in flashes of light, and everything returns to normal. Akio, thanks, Issei. At that, Issei turns to see Akio and sees that he was already normal in his older version. Issei, yes, whenever you want. Akio, I'm back to normal and I've also recovered a lot of my magic. At that, Akio notices how Issei was looking at the sky thoughtfully. Akio, what's going on? Issei, you know, Akio, now that you know my secret, I would like to ask you something. Akio, what thing? Issei, I was wondering, Akio, if you would like to be part of my entourage. Akio, are you referring to the chess pieces? Issei, yes, what do you say? Akio, yes, I will always support you, Nai-chan. At that, Issei takes out one of the pieces from his evil piece game, takes out the tower piece and gives it to Akio. Akio, what do I do with this? Issei, place it near your chest. Akio, ready? Issei, I Hayato Issei, by the power of the Dragon Clan, order you, Akio Fudo, to come back to life and live for me. At that point, the tower piece enters Issei's chest. When this happens, Akio feels how his magical power increases in a monstrous way, as well as his strength and resistance. Akio, incredible, my strength increased a lot. Issei, not only that. Akio, hey? What else happened? Issei, well, Akio, the abilities that the piece gives you now are that you are part dragon, which means that you are now immortal. The only way you die is in combat, and now you can fly. Akio, fly? Issei, yes. In that, Issei shows his dragon wings. Akio, surprising, do I have them too? Issei, yes. At that, Issei snaps his fingers and on Akio's back a pair of dragon wings appeared. She was surprised to see the wings, but after that Issei snapped his fingers again and the wings disappeared. Issei, Akio. Akio, yes. Issei, what happened to the library? Jedica, unable to detect the sky library. Complete destruction confirmed. Issei? At that, Issei looks at his neck and sees that he has a necklace with Jedica on it. Issei, did she get smaller? Jedica, I can take any form you wish. Akio, so what kind of girl can you become? Jedica, huh? A very gifted one. Issei, really? Jedica, if that is your wish, master. Issei, I see, maybe next time HM? At that, Issei turns around and sees that Lilith was awake behind him with a smile on her face, but this caused Issei a lot of fear. Lilith, and here I was about to say something good about you. Why is trying to actually harass that sword the first thing you think about? Issei, it's Lilith pair. Lilith, Issei. At that, Issei runs away while Lilith chases him. Meanwhile, behind them we can see how Issei had woken up and was next to Akio. Lise, those two really are perfect for each other. I'm jealous. Akio, hey Lise, were you awake too? Lise _he she was just pretending to be asleep. Hearing that, Akio blushed, as it meant that he had heard and seen what he talked about with Issei. Akio, never mind, he's fun to be with. Lise, yes, I agree, and just imagine what awaits us after that since we will be with him forever. After that, Issei ended up being caught by Lilith, who hit Issei on the head. Then they returned to Akio and Lise. Issei, well, I think it's time to go back to the academy. Akio, the sooner we start walking, the faster we'll get there. Issei, about that. In that, Issei creates a magic circle under him and the girls so that then everyone was teleported to the office of the director of the academy. After that, they appeared in the academy in front of the director, who was a little surprised since he did not expect Issei to use his teleportation circle unless at this moment, since he was with the rest of the girls who had gone to him to look for answers about how Issei had increased his power in an enormous way, but because it did not look like when he became Magic King. Look, director, you know what's happening. In that, they see how a magic circle appeared in front of them, and they were surprised when Issei appeared next to the girls. Issei, we're back. Issei became nervous when he saw that the director was not alone at that moment. Yui, Oni-chan. At that, Yui runs and jumps on Issei, hugging him while burying her face in his chest. Yui, don't worry me like that again, Oni-chan. Issei, I'm sorry, Yui. At that, Issei starts to caress her head and then sees the rest of the girls. Issei, I suppose you want an explanation, right? In that, Issei sees how the girls acted like Lilith, who did not know Issei's story. After that, Issei looks at the director. Director, you know you can't hide it anymore, you better tell them everything. Issei, well, girls, my name is Hayato Issei, current security. At that, Issei makes his booster gear appear on his arm, surprising them. After that, Issei began to tell his whole story of how he got to the academy, and the reason why he was in that place. The girls, as they listened to Issei's story, were surprised by everything they had lived, since it was hard for them to believe everything Issei told them, but they believed him when they saw how a pair of dragon wings appeared on Issei's back. When Yui saw them, stars came out of her eyes and she ran to touch the wings. Issei, well, that would be all. Lilith, if it's true, it means that you are here on a mission entrusted to you by a demon king. Issei, yes, my mission was to come and investigate the attacks of renegade demons that they were suffering. Lilith, renegade demons? Issei, demons who escaped or killed their masters. Director, Lilith, before Issei arrived, do you remember that you were facing very strong creatures and magicians? Lilith, yes. Issei, those were rogue demons. Eren, but why haven't they come back? Issei, that's because you know I'm in this place. Look, Issei, how powerful are you really? Director, so you understand, if I were to face Issei-san with all my power, I still don't think I could beat him. When the girls heard that, they were quite surprised because they knew that the director was really strong, but that even with all his power he couldn't beat the brunette. That was unthinkable. Levi, issei-sen, what happened to the girls in your story? He asked that with an evil smile on his face. When Issei heard how they were asking about Rias and the others, he got nervous because he didn't know how to answer. If he told them he had a harem, he was sure that Mira and Lilith were going to kill him. Lilith, now that you mention it, what are they like? In that, Issei takes a photo where all the Issei girls were: Rias, Akeno, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, Rosweiss, Kuroka and Ophis, but there were also Issei, Kiba and Gasper. When the girls saw them they were surprised because they were all very pretty. Lise, that one looks like Lilith. In that the others see how Lise was pointing at Rias. Selena, yes, they are very similar. Lilith, Issei, who is she? Issei was nervous. Issei, she is Rias Gremory. Lilith, Issei, what relationship do you have with these girls? At that, Issei starts sweating profusely since he knew that when he answered that, the girls were going to kill him. Issei, well, they? Lilith, dark voice, Issei. Issei, well, they are my partners. When the girls heard that, they were shocked since they knew that Issei was a pervert, but that he had a harem. After that, Lilith and Mira began to release an aura of terror. Look, how could I have noticed such an indecent boy? Lilith, Issei. After that we can see how Issei runs away from the place being chased by Lilith, Mira, Yui, and Eren, who were not very happy. Meanwhile in the principal's office, Akio, Lise, Selena, and Levi were with the principal, who was laughing at Issei's luck, but after a while he stopped laughing and spoke to Akio. Director, I see you joined too, Akio-san. Akio, what can I say? I can't leave my Nai-chan. Levi, about that, why do I feel like Akio-san is much stronger now? Lise, well, that's because now Akio and I are part of Issei's entourage. Levi, Issei mentioned something about those pieces, but how do they work? Lise, well, according to what Issei explained to us, we are now part of his nobility, and at the same time we are also part dragon. This surprised everyone there except for Akio, Levi and Selena, because they didn't know that they were now part dragon and the director, since according to what he knew the pieces turned him into a demon, not a dragon. Selena, it means you can now fly and breathe fire, Wani-chan. Lise, well, not exactly. What the pieces do is that when we become his entourage our power increases enormously. It also gave us some abilities to become part dragon. Levi, what skills? Lise, well, according to Issei we are now immortal and we have dragon wings. When Levi and Selena heard that, they were surprised because now they were immortal. Selena, incredible. Levi, it means they can't die anymore. Akio, not exactly. With immortality it means that now we will not die from age or any disease, but it does not mean that we cannot die in combat. Selena, I see, even so it's incredible. Wani-chan, I can see your wings. Lise, he about that. Levi, what's going on? Akio, we don't know how to summon them, nor how to use them. Issei hasn't taught us. Director, haha, I'm not surprised by that. After that, they all went to their rooms respectively since it was late and they were tired. Meanwhile with the brown-haired boy we can see how he had been caught by the girls and they had beaten him. The next day we can see how Issei was sleeping in his bed, but he was not alone but also in that place, but also Yui, Eren, Lise, Sora and also Ilya sleeping with him. Yui and Ilya were on Issei's chest, Lise was on his right side and Eren was on the left while Sora was on Issei's legs. He wakes up because a ray of sunlight was hitting him directly in the eyes. When he wakes up he sees that he was with the girls, so carefully he gets out of bed without waking the girls. Time skip, now we find ourselves in the academy where we can see how at this moment Issei was walking to class, but then he meets Yui and Eren on the way, who are apparently looking for something. Issei, hello girls. Yui, Oni-chan. Then Yui runs to hug Issei and he receives her with pleasure. After that, Eren also goes to Issei and hugs her. Yui, Oni-chan, I want to ask you something. Issei, what thing, Yui? Yui, Oni-chan, I spoke with Lee-san and I decided. Issei, what thing? Yui, Oni-chan, I want to be part of your entourage. When Issei heard that, he was surprised since he didn't expect Yui to ask him for something. Issei, are you sure, Yui? Yui, yes, so I can be with you forever. Eren, me too, husband. Issei was surprised again. Issei, why? Eren, as your fiancé, my duty is to always be with you, and this is one way to do it. Issei, are you sure? Girls, yes. Issei, well, let's go to a more private place to do it. After that, Issei, accompanied by Yui and Eren, went to his room to perform the ritual. Issei, well, who starts? At that, Yui looks at Eren and goes ahead. Yui, me. Issei, good. At that point, Issei starts to think about what would be the correct piece for Yui until he finally decides to use a bishop piece. After that, Issei gives the piece to Yui. Issei, place on your chest. Yui, ready? Issei. I Hayato Issei, by the power of the Dragon Clan, order you Yui Katera to come back to life and live for me. After that, the piece enters Yui and she feels how her magical power increases. Yui, incredible. I'm going to fly. Issei, no Yui, wait. At that moment, Issei sees how Yui jumps from her bed to the floor trying to fly but hits her face against the floor. Yui, ouch, and my Oniai-chan wings? Issei, I still have to teach them how to control them, but we'll do that later. Now you continue with your errand. At that, Issei takes out another chess piece, but this time it is a pawn, and gives it to Eren, who does the same as Yui and places it on her chest. Issei: I Hayato Issei, by the power of the Dragon Clan, order you Eren Kanazuki to come back to life and live for me. In that, just like in Yui's case, the piece enters Eren's chest, and she also feels how her magic increased. After that, Issei left with the girls since, due to Yui's great insistence, he decided that now that they all knew about his secret, he would begin to train them so that they would learn to use their wings. Chapter 21: Ninja vs. Dragon. We are in the Magic Academy, and we can see how all the students were working to prepare the academy for a festival that would soon take place there. But while everyone was working, we can see how Levi was at this moment running through the entire academy as if he was escaping from something. After a few minutes where Levi had passed, you could see how Issei and Sora were chasing her. But how had this ended like this? Moments before, we can see how Issei was currently talking with the director about certain matters that had to do with Issei, and how things would be from now on since all the girls knew about his secret. He was also with Lilith since she still had several doubts and curiosities about the supernatural world, and wanted to ask Issei more about his life. Director, well, changing the subject, Issei-san, how did it go with the Trinity 7? Issei, well, I've been doing pretty well with the training, but I still haven't mastered them all. Director, you're right, you already know several of their files, but you don't know them all, although I've noticed that for them you've had to observe each of the Trinity 7 naked. Issei, yes. Director, but according to what I know, you still have one left to observe, right? Issei, you're right. If I want to learn everything, I have to see them all naked. When Lilith heard that, she blushed and yelled at Issei. Lilith, don't think like that. It's not about getting naked. Then Levi appears behind them. Levi, it seems that I'm the only one left standing. At that, Issei turns around to see Levi. Issei, that looks like Levi-chan. At that, Lilith notices how Issei and Levi stared at each other. Lilith, hey? What's going on with this serious turn of events? Levi, I've always believed that eventually we would have to face each other seriously. Issei, me too, but are you sure you want to face me? Levi, what better than to test your skills against someone stronger? Meanwhile, Lilith was watching this in shock as she didn't expect this situation to end this way. Lilith, hello? Director, shh. Lilith-chan, this is serious. Lilith, are you serious? Director, it's serious, a serious game. Lilith, as sure. Meanwhile, returning with Issei and Levi. Levi, come on Issei-kun, if you can undress me before the last bell of school, I'll let you see every corner of my body. Issei, every corner? Levi, my breasts are small, but that's because I'm a ninja, even if that means I'm not Hexy. Lilith, don't do that. You didn't leave either. Lilith, besides, a girl shouldn't call herself S and so. Director, he very well. Issei-kun. It's time to take on the final boss of the Trinity 7, Levi-chan. Issei, yes. Let's do it. Director, very well then, begin. Levi, ninja arts, super speed. In that, Levi runs out of the place with his super speed so that Issei would not catch her, while in the office Issei was still there and Sora appears at his side. Sora, shouldn't you go for her now if you want to see her naked? Issei, I'm giving him a little advantage, come on. At that, Issei's eyes become those of a dragon and the others feel how Issei's power increases a little. After that, Issei runs away while Sora follows him. When they ran away in the office, only Lilith remained, who was in shock, and the director. Principal, ah ha 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 ha. Come on, it'll be a great pre-show before the school festival starts. Lilith, ugh, you guys love wasting time too much. Meanwhile, in the rest of the academy, we can see how all the students of the school were setting up different stands and preparing different decorations, but we will concentrate at this moment on one of the corridors of the Bible Academy. We can see how Issei was walking calmly through it, while he watched how the other students prepared everything for the festival. Issei, huh? It seems that even in magic schools like these, things as common as school festivals are celebrated. Then behind Issei he hears a voice. Levi, yes, the festivals here attract many students from other magic schools and they present their research. Issei, oh, I see. At that, Issei quickly turns around and touches Levi's shoulder, but she backs away. Levi, whoops. I accidentally fell into my role of explaining things. After that, Levi quickly jumped from wall to wall. Sora, you were so close, master. At that moment, Sora only sees Issei, who didn't look disappointed. In fact, at that moment, he was looking at his hand. Issei, you're wrong, Sora. It's no longer necessary to catch her now, we just have to stay close. But then Issei hears someone talking to him from behind. Yui, Onii-san. Onii-san. At that, Issei turns around and sees Yui, who was the one who was talking to him. Yui, I saw you and Levi-chan having fun chasing each other, so I wanted to help. Issei, that sounds good, Yui-chan. Yui, Levi-chan is someone who is hard to catch. I will do my best to help you. Issei, well, everything is possible with me by my side. Yui, let's find her first by connecting to the Avaricia file running theme. Sweet Dreams Serenade. At that point, Yui's magic begins to return to the entire academy. Yui, my little dream elves, I'm counting on you. At that point, all the students in the academy who were not strong enough were falling into a deep sleep due to Yui's magic. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, we can see Lise and her sister Selena studying in the library. But at that point, Lise notices Selena falling asleep. Lise HM? At that, Lise noticed how the musical notes of Yui's magic were floating around her. Lise, oh, is this Yui's large area sleep spell? Ninja. I don't think you should stay here. In that, on one of the bookshelves, we can see how a sheet clears and behind it, Levi comes out. Levi, you're right, this is bad. Lise, Yui is helping Issei-kun put the low-level magic kids to sleep, making it easier to detect the ninja's magic. Levi, if it even affects someone like Selena-san, it practically means that only the Trinity 7 will stay awake. At that, Lise takes out her tablet and begins to cast a spell, while above Levi she notices how Lisa's magic appears on it. Levi, gay. Are you helping him too, Lise-san? Lise, Nihihei, I'm a woman who lives for love. Honey, the ninja is here. Lise, sad-faced, thinking, I really want to do anything to repay him. At that, Lise turns to see her sister, and at that same moment Issei enters the library accompanied by Yui and Sora, who were looking for Levi. When Issei saw Lise, he went to her to talk. Issei, hello Lise-chan, where did he go? Lise, hello Issei-kun, he went that way. At that point, Issei points in a direction and the three of them run away chasing Levi, but at that point, Issei quickly returns to where Issei was. Lise, what's happening? At that, Issei gives Lise a quick kiss on the lips, which makes her blush, but she enjoys it. After a few seconds, they separate. Lise, why was that? Issei, a payment for helping me. After that, Issei went to where the girls were. Sora had a smile on his face, mainly because of Yui's face at that moment, which was completely jealous of Lee's. Issei, seeing her, a drop of sweat comes out, but he gives Yui a kiss on the cheek, which makes them happy, and they continue with the search for the girl. Meanwhile, returning to the library, we can see Lise, who was still with a slight blush but with a smile. After that, she turns around and sits next to her sister, while she snuggles up with her to sleep. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, we can see Mira in the pool, who was preparing to enter it in order to clean it. Look, the pool will need cleaning before the school festival. In that, while she was changing, she hears how the door behind her opens, so in a quick movement she takes a towel and covers herself while she takes her crystal sphere. But when she turns around, she sees that it was Levi. Levi, oops, excuse me. Look, when he sees that it was Levi, he is surprised. Mira, Levi-san? Levi, I'm just hiding here temporarily. With all that magic flowing through the school, finding a place to hide isn't exactly easy. Mira, hiding? From what? Levi-san, are you fighting? At that, Levi reacts quickly as he feels that Issei was approaching his place. Levi, alright, I'm leaving. At that, Levi jumps and moves away from the place. Look, I'll wait. Levi, anything that happens after this is out of my control. Mira was confused by Levi's words, but then she felt the door open again behind her. Mira, huh? Yui Oniai-san, I feel a great amount of magic in this place. Issei, okay. Where is it? At that moment, she realized that the people behind her were Yui and Issei. Mira, huh? He? At that, Mira blushes a lot because the towel she had at that moment was only covering her front, and I noticed that her entire back was uncovered. But at that, Issei approaches Mira to talk to her. Issei, look! Have you seen Levi? Look, seeing that Issei was looking for Levi, she just gets confused since she hadn't said anything because of how she was feeling. Mira, hey? He was here a moment ago, then he disappeared. Issei, tch. He's already left the place. Yui, she couldn't have gone far. Let's go after her. Issei, yes. But then Issei stops and turns around to talk to Mira, who was just surprised. Mira, huh? Issei, thank you for the beautiful view of your body, look. At that, Mira blushes completely because of what Issei said and steam starts coming out of her head. After that, Issei leaves with Yui, who had the same expression she had when she kissed Lise. After that, Issei continued chasing the ninja while both were having fun. In one of those moments, these were observed by Akio and Eren, who at that moment were cleaning a hallway in the academy. Akio, Nichan is always doing something interesting, huh? Eren, I'm happy to see you're having fun. Akio, are you still worried? Eren, yes, although I haven't spoken about him with that. The Magic King element has finally begun to devour him. At that, Eren takes his chest and sighs. Eren, I don't want him to fight anymore. If he continues developing as a Magic King, he will reawaken as the Magic King, Astral Trinity. Akio, you've changed. Eren, Akio, you are no longer the partner of the emotionless Magic King who only focuses on studying his theme. You even obtained that spear because you did not want him to continue fighting. Eren, yes. Akio, now I like you more seeing you upset, confused, working hard. Eren, really? Akio, I'm sure he prefers you that way too. Eren, I see. He says this with a slight blush. Akio, but then I bet he doesn't want to see you trying too hard either. He's the kind of guy who'd rather carry himself than see you suffer. Eren, yes, it is difficult then. Eren, connecting to IRA file running thema. Akio, huh? Eren, I'll help him a little. In that, Eren uses his spear to invoke a magic circle, so that later in the place where Levi was, some magic circles also appear, so that the place begins to be destroyed, something that surprises the ninja. Levi, Hio? Eren, my dear? At that, Levi turns around and sees a giant dragon approaching her. Levi, shit. In that, everything is filled with smoke from the explosion caused by the impact of the dragon. Issei, did it work? But when the smoke clears, he can see how Eren and Akio's Magus modes are completely destroyed, leaving their minds completely naked, but Levi remains intact. When he sees her, she just gives him the peace sign while smiling at him. When Issei sees her, he just lets out a slight laugh. Levi Ninja Art Body Replacement Technique. At that moment, the sounds of bells began to be heard throughout the place, indicating that Issei's time was up. Issei, almost I was very close. Yui, what? This is so irritating. Levi, phew. It was close, it was very entertaining, but you still have to see me naked, Issei-san. Issei, maybe, but. At that point, everyone saw how some green magic threads appeared in Issei's hand, coming out from his fingers and completely wrapping Levi, which surprised her. Issei, I could win at any moment. Levi-chan dress break. At that, the threads that were surrounding them tighten, completely destroying Levi's clothes, leaving her naked in front of everyone, which surprises her and the others since they did not expect Issei to be able to do that. When Levi saw herself naked in front of Issei, she blushed and disappeared in a cloud of smoke, which made Issei laugh slightly. After that, Issei gets up and looks back and sees how in their game they completely destroyed the academy along with the preparations for the school festival. Issei, I think we overdid our game. While they were watching that, Issei heard someone shouting at him from afar. Lilith, issei. At that, Issei turns around and sees how Lilith came furious to look for him for all the destruction that she had generated with Levi, and now they would have to answer for all that. But since Issei was a little scared, he did the wisest thing that could occur to him at that moment. He ran away like the other girls since none of them wanted to face a furious Lilith. The next day we can see how Issei was waking up in his bed after a long day yesterday when he had to fix everything he destroyed in his competition with the ninja. But as usual for Issei, he woke up being hugged by his girls. After everything started with normal classes, Issei decided that it was time to start training with his pieces, since for them that would be very good to learn the magic of the teleportation circles. In addition, he could also take advantage of this to also explain to them about his abilities as a dragon, and also taught them the basics so that they could use their wings. Chapter 22. The School Festival begins. We are in the Bible Academy, and we can see how everything was decorated and how many people were walking around, all because the Bible Academy started to celebrate the school festival and the other magic schools also came. Among all that crowd, we can see how Lilith was walking around looking for a certain chestnut tree. Lilith, I wonder where Issei is. While in another place not far from there, we can see how a certain blonde who was also looking for the brunette. Look, I wonder what he's doing. Then when the two were walking, they met each other. Lilith, look, San. Look, Lilith sensei. While they were talking, someone spoke to them from behind. Issei, ladies. Maybe you're looking for someone else, mesdames? Director, please grant us the pleasure of helping these beautiful ladies. At that, Lilith and look, they see who is talking to her. They see Issei and the director dressed as butlers. When the girls saw Issei dressed like that, they blushed because he looked so cute. After that, Lise arrives with her sister and talks to them. Lise, hey. What's up? That must have made your heart race, didn't it? Selena, her reactions were perfect. The girls were surprised by that. Lilith, why yes, that surprised me. Look, I thought my heart would stop. Issei, this is kind of embarrassing, but it's also funny. Director, Ho? Are we developing an interest in cosplay, Issei-kun? Lise, then why don't you try on other outfits? Issei, sure. That sounds fun. At that, Lise approaches Issei and hugs him while putting her breasts on Issei's body, making sure he feels it well. Lise, I'll help you change and anything else you need, okay? When Lise said this, she had a blush on her face while she let a small thread of saliva come out of it while she thought about what she could do with Issei alone. Issei, thanks Lise-chan. At that, Issei gives a quick kiss on Lise's lips, which makes her blush even more, while he hugs her by the waist, bringing her closer to him, while Lilith and Mira were in shock by what they just saw, but more than impressed, they were very jealous of what just happened in front of them. Issei, I didn't think there would be so many people. Meanwhile, Issei could see how the academy was full of students from this and other schools and everyone was enjoying the festival. Lee's magical research presentations are very important even for other schools. Different schools excel in different fields of magic. Lee's and our school is extra special because we have the Trinity 7. Issei, I see, then it was really good to have saved you. Lee's blushed even more upon hearing that. Lee's, yeah? Selena, thank you, Issei-kun. Then Selena appears behind Lee's and hugs her, resting her head on her shoulder. That's what the director says. Director, by the way, Mira-san, are you 100% ready? Mira, hey? My. Issei, that hat makes you look like a scholar or something. Lilith, Mira-san will give a presentation of her research on the collapsed phenomenon. Look, wow. Principal, she will make a presentation in the auditorium to the brightest students and teachers from each school. Mira, yes, I understand, it's a great honor. Issei, I see, then you can be sure that I will go support you, Mira-san. Look, okay? Are you sure? Issei, I certainly wouldn't miss your big moment for anything in the world. Look, hearing that, she blushed but smiled while she touched her chest, knowing that Issei would be supporting her. At that, look, she turns around so that Issei doesn't see her blush and changes her tone of voice to pretend. Look, I'll make sure to speak in simple terms so even you'll understand how impure you really are. Issei, ugh, are you going to talk about that too? At that, Issei turns around to talk to Lilith. Issei, oh yeah, Lilith, do you also need me for something? Lilith, yes, I forgot to tell you about the main attraction of the festival. Issei, main attraction, do you mean? Director, that's right, the Miss Bible contest. In that, the director and Issei imagine how all the Trinity 7 were in bikinis and how Lilith had been the winner of the contest and had a crown and a bouquet of flowers. Lilith, no, that's not it. I would never do anything so unscrupulous. Selena, if we had a swimsuit contest, there's no way we could beat Lilith sensei. Lise, I know she studies the Luxuria archive and all that, but that body of hers is just unfair. Lilith blushed a lot upon hearing the conversation between the two. Lilith, you too. What are you talking about? Issei, calm down, don't worry, you'll always have my vote. Lilith, huh? Issei, so find the most revealing swimsuit you have, okay? Please and thank you. After saying that, Issei runs away from the place, already knowing how Lilith would react. Lilith, what do you mean by please and thank you? While Issei was running through the halls, he felt something strange when he passed by a girl, so he decided to see who it was. When he did, he saw a girl in the uniform of another school, but he couldn't see any more because at that moment, Lilith and Mira arrived and caught Issei. Lilith, Issei, why do your eyes always wander when there's a pretty girl around? Look, yes. You can't do it. While Mira and Lilith punished Issei for looking at other girls by pinching his cheek or pulling his ear, Issei just watched as the girl walked away. Issei, sad-faced, thinking, that girl, what was that just now? Meanwhile, the director and Lise were watching the girl that Issei had seen. Director, that girl. Lise, it looked like the Akasha Royal Academy uniform. Did you also feel that discomfort? Director, I did it, you too, huh? I guess this is even worse for Issei-kun. Director, it seems that this festival of research presentations is not going to end well. After a while, Issei continued walking around the academy, and after that Issei went to where Mira would give his lecture. On the way, Issei met Yui and Eren, who wanted to accompany him. Look, there have been countless numbers of cases of collapse phenomena, but generally speaking, we can see the characteristics of the file that originated those. While Mira continued with his lecture, Issei and the girls were listening behind them. Issei, seeing her up there reminds me how truly intelligent she is. Yui, of course. Miri-chan's magic levels are super high and her skills are also top-notch. Eren, she is the most talented of all the Trinity 7, dear. At that, Issei feels how Yui and Eren get even closer to him than they already were. Issei, aren't you being too clingy? Yui, I don't mind. I've been low on Oni-san's nutrients lately. Eren, I've been alone. Upon hearing that, Issei caresses Eren's head and then hugs her, which makes her blush slightly. He also does the same with Yui, who blushes but smiles and hugs Issei back. Issei, I'll be here for a while, and now after the academy we'll be together forever so you don't have to worry about that. Eren, yes. Issei, changing the subject, Eren, Lilith mentioned about a huge event at the festival. Do you know anything about that? Eren, yes, it is a research duel between the 3 royal academies. Issei, will we use our research to fight? Yui, there's a huge stage. And then the representatives of the 3 schools go. Crash! Boom! Bang! And fight. Issei, that sounds like a world tournament or something. Eren, it's similar but not the same. That's where Levi appears. Levi, she's right, the investigation duel isn't a battle based on pure strength. Issei. Levi, the 3 royal academies, that is, the Liber Biblia and Akasha academies, select their most gifted magicians and compete to demonstrate their magical abilities. Yui saw them from her dream world, but the strength and weirdness of the investigations and many other crazy factors, as well as the glitz and glamour, are what achieve the highest points. Issei, crazy, huh? Eren, she's right, so you don't even have to beat your opponent to win. Levi, if it were that simple, then Akio and I would easily win. Issei, I see, so it's a contest to see who has the most spectacular spell. Levi, by the way, we fight in teams of 2. Eren, there is also a duo from the Liber Academy and the Akasha Academy. Issei, wait, the Liber Academy wasn't destroyed. Yui, I saw the director of the Liber Academy just now, so I think they are fine. Levi, I bet their representatives will be those 2 familiar faces. Issei, yes, what is the Akasha Academy like? Levi, I'd say they're better at enchantments. Issei, how to imbue things with magical power. Yui, ho! Someone's been studying. Good for you. Levi, magic weapons, magic armor, magic tools. Most of his students would be enchanters or those who use them. Levi, as magic swordsmen or magic knights, as a ninja, I find them quite intriguing. Issei, I see, so that's how they are. So when you say we fight in pairs, do we also choose 2 people? Eren, no, we are the host schools, so the entire Trinity 7 will participate. Issei, it's in pairs, right? What about the last one? Yui, well, let's see. Who has so much magical power that even surpasses the director? Eren is full of crazy ideas. Levi, have you been working a lot with the Trinity 7? Issei, I see, I guess that was what Lilith wanted to tell me. At that, Issei looks again at Mira, who was also looking at him, and when Issei notices this, he smiles and greets her. When Mira sees Issei's smile, she blushes and looks away to continue with the conference. Look, continuing, the most appropriate way to deal with a collapse phenomenon is. Yui, Mira-chan has become much more mature, hasn't she? Levi, well, I wonder who Issei-sen will choose as a partner. After that, Mira's conference ended and Issei congratulated her. But after that, Issei left because he had to talk to someone, so Issei started looking all over the academy until he finally found them at a stand, one eating while the other worked. Sora, Ilya, give me a takoyaki. Ilya, no. I just gave you one. Issei, I finally found them. Issei was about to take a step at that, but she noticed how she kept stopping. Issei, time stop, no, it's different. At that, Issei feels his strange arm and sees how it had been covered by a black mass, and now had claws, and then he hears someone start talking to him. Unknown, this is the world where everything has been dominated. Issei, has everything been mastered? This. Nothing? Unknown, exactly, I will take this world to that destination. After that, Issei noticed how everything returned to normal, but he was no longer in front of the takoyaki can, but rather sitting on a bench. Issei, huh? Unknown, are you okay? At that, Issei turns his head to see who was speaking to him, since he didn't recognize the voice. When he sees who was speaking to him, he notices that it was the girl he had seen in the morning and had caught his attention. Issei, thanks, I guess you helped me? Unknown, you're welcome, I got scared for a moment. I was buying takoyaki and suddenly you fainted in front of me. I didn't expect to see that at a festival, I was a little surprised. Issei, my apologies. Unknown, I don't mind, the spirits told me you weren't a bad person. In that, Issei sees the girl and sees that she was surrounded by small fairies. They are like Navi, the one who accompanies Link. Issei, spirits? Can you use something like that? Unknown, not at all use, my magic rather borrows its power. It seems that you can see them means that this world likes you a lot. Issei, will the world like you? Unknown, yes, spirits are part of this world. Only those chosen by the world are able to feel them. Issei, would you say it's because of this Magic King thing? Unknown, you really are the Magic King candidate, Hayato Issei. Issei, yes, so even other schools know who I am? Unknown, well, of course you're famous. Sorry, I'm Anastasia. You can call me Anna. Issei, sure Anna, and you can call me Issei. At that, Anna looks at Issei with a slight blush and winks at him, while smiling. Anastasia, calling a guy by his first name moments after meeting him, that bar is a little high for me. Issei blushes slightly when he sees her, but it is noticed by Anastasia. Anastasia, HM? Your face is red again, let's see. At that, Anastasia brings her face closer to Issei's, which makes him blush a little more. Anastasia, you're burning up a little. After that, Anastasia walks away and stands up. Anastasia, I have to go now, but I recommend you go to the infirmary. Issei, yes, sure, I'll go in a moment. Anastasia, you can keep the scarf. You still look a little red, so you should find a place to cool off. After that, Anastasia left, leaving Issei alone. Issei, what was that? It's strange. Then Levi appears behind Issei in the bushes. Levi, that's love, Issei-san. Issei is surprised when he sees Levi since he was distracted and hadn't noticed her. Levi, face burning, heart racing, you can't get her out of your head. You just met her, but you can't stop thinking about her. That's love. Issei, love? I don't know what this is, but I don't think it's love. While Issei continued talking to Levi, behind a tree nearby there was someone listening to the conversation between the two, and it was no one else who was looking for Issei since she wanted to talk to him, but then she started listening to the conversation he was having with Levi. Mira, sad face, thinking, Issei-san and that person? At that, Levi notices how Mira runs away from the place and she smiles, and Issei notices this. Issei, what's going on? Levi, nothing, there are many interesting things developing here. Issei, HM? Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, we can see Anastasia walking and entering a cafe and approaching a table where a hooded person was sitting. Anastasia, sorry, did I keep you waiting? Unknown, no, really, I just got here. Well, how did it go? Anastasia, HM? How did that happen? Unknown, look at you, you look like you just got back from seeing your boyfriend. At that, the stranger sees Anastasia's face, which was red, but after that she sits down and smiles. Anastasia, he's not my boyfriend, I met my worst enemy. Unknown, that means the Magic King candidate. Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he was with the director and Lee's talking about the event that was going to be held. Director, and then the duels have finally been decided. Issei, ho? Lee's, oh, that's supposed to be good. Director, well, the reason I called you two here is none other than I want you to be the final boss. Issei, final boss. Director, I was hoping Issei-kun could pair up with Lee's-chan in the magical research duel. Issei-kun, the magical king candidate, along with Lee's-chan, the dark side of the Trinity 7. They make the perfect final boss for the tournament. Issei, oh. That sounds fun. Lee's, ahahahaha. Of course, I also wanted to be paired with Darling. Issei, but the first round is of the entire Trinity 7 facing each other. Director, yes, they will make it easy for you, you know, your first battle will be against. Director, enter the companion of the Magic King and wielder of the mythical armament, Gi Balg, whose destructive power can crush even the strongest defense, is Kanazaki Aaron of Wrath. Director, her magic is of the Cardinales class, which is second only to mine, and she is at a higher level when it comes to support magic. She is Karada Yui of Avaricia. Headmaster, the second duel will be the highest ranking mage in the academy, an alchemy prodigy who even takes on the role of teacher. Azumi Lilith of Luxuria. Headmaster, accompanying this is the highest authority figure in the academy, the highest seat of grimoire security, can analyze and reflect all types of magic. Yamana Mira of Superbia. Director, their opponents will be the number 1 mage in terms of offensive power, 3rd-ranked grimoire security, and annihilator of all that is impure. Feudo Akio of Gluttony. Director, and one of the 3 most powerful cheaters, everyone knows her as a ninja. Kazama Levi of Envy. Issei, we're going against Eren and Yui, huh? Lise, Lilith Sensei and Mira Senpai against Akio and the ninja. I want to see that. Director, also as a reward, the winning team can order the loser to do whatever they want. Issei, W. Lise, what did you just say? Issei, you mean can I order them whatever I want? Director, of course Issei-kun, release your deepest desires. Issei, my deepest desires? Lise, yes, you can even dress them all up as maids, nurses and sailors and force them to do indecent things. Lise said this with a slight blush while winking at Issei and showing him her tongue. At that Issei begins to imagine all of this and begins to cry. Issei, what a wonderful system. At that Issei realizes something else. Issei, what if someone else wins? Lise, usually they are things related to the study like asking a mage to show them your research if they are interested or having a mage from the same archive show you their grimoire. Issei, I see, the event is about showing our research. Principal, that's right, and since our school has been hosting these events recently, we're allowed to have 8 participants. Guests have the chance to see our performance first before competing with their own research. Issei, speaking of organizers and all that other stuff with other schools, wasn't the Liber Academy destroyed? Head teacher, yes, but we still have elite students within Ishkarioth. Issei, I see, that's a relief. Wait. Director of the Liber Academy. Director, you've been a candidate for Magic King for a while. I'm glad to see that your transition to Magic King is going well. Issei, so that means if I win I can ask Hijiri for a prize? Director, sure, I don't mind. Director, since they are in the first duel of the first round, they will face the Liber Academy in the next round if they win. Lise, who will the Liber Hijiri and Luff Academy send? Director, yep. Issei, wasn't Luff still under the custody of our school? Lise, oh yeah, I haven't seen her since we got back. Director, he sneaked away and escaped when you were returning from the Sky Library? Issei, oh yeah, we unsealed her magic and I forgot to seal it again. Director, by the way, the event is tonight, so you better get ready quickly. Issei, really? Let's have our strategic meeting, Lise. Lise, of course, after you. At that point, both of them start to leave. Lise, see you later, principal, teacher. Director, to a certain Issei-kun. At that Issei stops because the director wants to tell him something. Director, you are prohibited from using your special abilities. It would be very unfair to others if you go with all your power. Issei, okay, I'll just use my Magus mode and something else. After that, Issei left with Lise, who, upon leaving the director's office, hugged Issei, putting her arm between her breasts. Meanwhile, she returned to the director and the director. Director, the magic of the candidate for Magic King has increased incredibly. Director, let's say he relaxed a little. Director, and you'll still let him participate in the tournament. Director, yes, because Akasha sent the Saint of Resurrection. Director, if it's true then this could be very bad. Director, yes, I hope Issei-kun doesn't have a problem with her or else the Saint of Resurrection will take it all. Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he was walking next to Lise while they were talking. Issei, even so, you and I fighting together. Lise, I guess the director knows about your right hand. Issei, you noticed. Lise, I think we all have a general idea. Issei, Lise, it hurts and stings, right? Issei, yes sometimes but it's nothing. Lise, are you holding back the pain because you don't want to worry us? Issei, Lise, let's see. At that, Lise takes Issei's right hand and begins to lick and suck where he had the mark of the Magic King. After a few seconds, she separates. Issei, you? Lise, I thought so. Issei, do you know something? Lise, you still don't have 3 files under your control properly. Issei, which means? Lise, luxuria and gluttony seem fine, but it seems you haven't fully mastered my avaricia file yet. Issei, really? Lise, yeah, I bet that's why the director paired us up. Issei, if this is making everyone worry, it would be best to fix it soon. At that, Issei looks at Lise, who was blushing. Lise, hey, although I'm just happy to be paired with you. At that, Issei approaches Lise and takes her cheeks and gives her a soft and sweet kiss on the lips, which surprises her, but she likes it and reciprocates while she hugs him by the neck. After a few minutes they separate due to lack of air, but a thread of saliva united them. Issei, I'm also happy to be with you. Lise, hearing that, blushes more and hugs Issei and puts her head on Issei's chest. Eren, dear. At that, Issei turns his head and sees Eren and Yui behind him, and Eren had his hands full of skewers with food while he was eating one. Eren, see you in the first duel. Issei, but what? You're really enjoying it, aren't you? Then Yui appears and jumps and hugs Issei. Yui, yay Oni-san. Issei, you're here too, Yui. Eren, we had a meeting. At that, Eren approaches Issei and takes one of his skewers and gives it to Issei in the mouth, which he accepts. Issei, oh, thank you. Lise, such a strong opponent from the start. Yui, Oni-san, if we win, will you go on a date with each of us? Huh. Lise, hey, Yui is jealous that you already had a son, Lilith-sensei, and that you always kiss me, darling. Issei, huh? If you wanted a date, you just had to ask me. After all, you are special to me. When he said that, Eren, Yui, and Lise blushed. Yui, ha! But it's different when we have one as a prize for winning. Eren, it's true, dear. Issei, okay. Then it's decided, Yui, Eren. Yui, yes. We won't lose. Let's destroy them. Eren, yes, we're going to crush them so hard that they'll have trouble getting up. Lise, but if they hurt him too much, they won't be able to have a date with him. Yui and Eren are surprised to realize this. Eren, this is difficult. At that moment, Issei feels Anna's presence close to him, which surprises him. Issei, it's you, Anna. Anastasia, hello, Issei-kun. The 3 girls who accompanied Issei were surprised when they saw him talking to Anastasia. Then Anastasia approached Issei until she was in front of him, and took his tie and pulled him a little closer. Anastasia, you look good, Issei-kun. Issei no longer got nervous with her around, but when he felt her well, Aura noticed that that was what made him nervous. Issei, excuse me. And thank you? At that, Issei separates from Anastasia, who just stares. Anastasia, you're welcome? After that, Anastasia sees the girls who were accompanying Issei at that time and feels their magic and realizes who they were. Anastasia, you this level of magic, I see. Anastasia, it's a pleasure to meet you, members of the Trinity 7. I am one of the students representing the Royal Academy of Alkasha. At that point, the girls saw how Issei was looking at her seriously. Lise, nice to meet you. I'm the evil member of the Trinity 7 and Issei-kun's night lover, Lise. Eren, hello, I am a member of the Trinity 7 and the future wife of my dear Eren. Yui, I am from Oni-san. Yui, I'm the one who plans to do anything with him, Yui. At that, Yui hugs Issei tightly, which surprises him, but he reciprocates the hug. Yui, it's a pleasure to meet you. Meanwhile, during the girls' presentation, Anastasia was just holding back her laughter until she couldn't hold it back any longer and let it out. Anastasia, ha, I see you're someone popular, aren't you? At that, Issei just lets out a light laugh while rubbing the back of his head. Issei, Anastasia, I have to go now. I'm looking forward to seeing you again in the arena. After that, Anastasia left the place, leaving the girls with a serious face. Lise, that's a strong opponent. Yui, yes. It could be dangerous. Eren, a pure type, a type that isn't us, is a threat. Issei, girls? Girls, Issei, be careful with her, she doesn't give me a good feeling. Meanwhile, everything that had happened had been observed by Mira. She was secretly watching what was happening since Issei kissed Liz, and she was blushing, but then Levi appears behind Mira, carefully so that she doesn't notice her. Levi, it's okay, you're pure enough, Mira-san. When she looked at Levi, she was surprised that she was here and blushed in embarrassment. Mira, hey? Levi-san? Then Levi covers Mira's mouth. Levi, shhhh. Look, does she worry you? Levi, not really, I also felt a little curious, so I did a little research. Currently the Akasha Academy does not have any student enrolled with the name Anastasia. Mira, hey? Levi, but there are records of a 17-year-old girl who disappeared in the old Akasha. Look, you mean? Levi, that girl who calls herself Anastasia is a girl who disappeared 17 years ago and was suddenly reborn in this world. Look, the Saint of the Resurrection. Levi, it seems that this time's magic investigation duel. Look, there is something bigger. Mira, sad face, thinking, if that's the case then I have to. Time jump. We found ourselves at the place where the magical research battles would take place, where all the students were already gathered to watch the fights, and the director and Selena were also there as announcers. Selena, alright everyone. It's time for magic research duels. Selena, yes, it's finally that moment. I'm your host and commentator, Selena Sherlock. Director, I am the director of the Bible Academy and I will be your color commentator. Selena, alright director, give us a recap of today's events. Director, well, it's going to be a total girl act, and we'll see lots of beauty and bounce action. At that moment, a loud bang was heard all over the place, and everyone saw how Selena had hit the director of the academy in the head. Director, the duels are shaping up to be the best I've seen with a lot of action. Selena, can you say that again? Thank you so much, Director. Director, I think that's enough of the formalities. Let's skip the opening ceremony and get to the first fight. Selena, the first one is a battle between members of the Trinity 7. Meanwhile, Issei and the others were all entering the field to start the fight. Issei, this is amazing. Liz, it really excites you, doesn't it? Yui, alright Oniai-san. We're going to win. Aaron, that's right, I won't allow you to be with anyone other than Trinity 7. Liz, so the Trinity 7 is okay? Aaron, yes, we are all friends. Liz, and what about the harem that Darling has at home? Aaron, this is difficult. Selena, both of you are ready. All right. Let the first duel begin. Chapter 23, First Fight. We meet at the Hayato mansion, and we can see how all the girls were gathered together talking, but they were bored because they missed Issei and wanted him to visit them again to see if any of them could be as lucky as Rias and have their first time with him. Also with them were Ravel and Kuroka. Ravel had come to see if Issei was there to see if they could go out, and Kuroka came because she wanted to spend more time with him. Rias, I miss Issei-kun. Akeno, Era, it seems that the president wants to have another night of passion with Issei-kun. Rias blushed completely upon hearing that, as she remembered that when she had her first time with Issei, they had forgotten to place silence seals, which is why everyone had heard them while they were having hex. Rias, what are you saying, Akeno? Asia, it's unfair the president got there first. Kaneko-senpai. Zenobia, I'm supposed to be the first to have children with him. Irina, I should have been the first. I've known Issei since we were children. Kuroka, Naya, I also want to have kittens with Issei-kun. Rosweiss, I also want Issei-kun to come back, but right now he's on an important mission, so it's not like we can go see him. At that moment, Rias had an idea to see Issei again, so she made a magic circle appear to talk to her brother. Meanwhile, Sirzek was communicating with another person. Sirzek, I see, so they'll have a tournament between the academies. Director, that's right. Sirzek, do you think there might be problems during the event? Director, nothing out of the ordinary, besides it's just a school festival. I also called to invite you and Issei's couples to come and cheer him on during the fights. Sirzek, it's not a bad idea. The girls are a bit depressed since they haven't been able to see Issei in a while. Director, well then, see you at the academy in 2 days. After that, Sirzek makes the magic circle disappear, with which he was communicating with the director of the Bible Academy. But at that moment, Sirzek notices another magic circle. Sirzek, hello Rias, what's up? Rias, Nisan, do you think there's any way we can see Issei-kun? Sirzek, speaking of which. At that, Sirzek tells her about the festival to which he had been invited by the director of the Bible Academy. When Rias heard that they could go see Issei, she got excited, then hung up and told the others. Time jump. The day of the tournament has arrived and we can see how the girls were ready to go to where Issei was. When they were all ready, they teleported to Hell where they would meet with Sirzek and then go to the Bible Academy. After they arrived where Sirzek, they teleported. When they arrived at the academy, they appeared in the director's office, who received them happily, especially when he saw all those beautiful girls appear in his office, and this was noticed by Sirzek, so he decided to talk. Sirzek, I hope you know that if you try something with them, not only will you face their anger, but Issei-kun will also get angry, and one of them is my little sister. When the director heard that, he stopped dead in his tracks and turned pale at the thought of having to fight a furious Issei and a demon king. Director, well, you've arrived at a good time. The fights are about to begin, so let's go so we don't miss anything. At that, the director leaves his office and begins to head towards where the fights would take place. He was being followed by Sirzek and the other girls. They attracted some attention since they did not wear the uniform of any of the 3 great academies and also stood out for their beauty. After walking for a while, they arrived at the place where they could see the fight. Sirzek and the girls sat next to the place where the director was in the company of Selena, doing the work of announcers for the event. After that, the director introduced Eren and Yui, and Issei and Lise, which would end up taking us to the moment now where Issei's battle is about to begin. We can see how everyone was already in their Magus form ready for combat just like Issei. It is worth mentioning that the DxD girls had not seen the appearance of the Magus mode before, they only knew about it from what Issei had told them. But what also caught their attention, and they did not like very much, was seeing how close those girls were behaving with Issei. Eren, here I go, Demon Speargi Balg. At that moment, a magic circle appeared under Eren and his spear materialized in his right hand, while at the same time Yui also activated her magic. Yui, activating Grimoire, alias their score. In that the entire battlefield is covered by a large magic circle. When the students saw that, they were surprised by the power of the girls' magic. Meanwhile, Rias and the others were surprised since they had not seen that type of magic before, and they found it quite interesting. Not to mention that the power they felt coming from the girls was also surprising. But what really caught their attention the most, as well as Sirzek's, was that they felt that the 3 girls who were on the battlefield emanated the power of a dragon, but this one was similar to Issei's. Sirzek quickly understood that apparently the 3 girls were pieces of Issei, which made him happy since the girls were quite strong. Selena, there they go. Those 2 get serious right away. Selena, Yui-chan's thing is a barrier, right? Creating one that big in such a short time is impressive. It's impossible to maintain a barrier without a proper understanding of space. Director, that's right. Eren-chan is probably the only one as good as her. Meanwhile, returning with Issei and Lise. Lise, this is bad, Issei-kun. Issei-hm? Lise, this barrier is made of such a massive amount of magic that I can't analyze it. I'm pretty good at analyzing magic and I can't even see through this. Yui is really amazing. Issei, and what do you say, Ilya-chan? Ilya, it's too much magic, I'm impressed. Issei, I see. This is incredible, but it will be much more difficult since I can't use the powers of my booster gear, so this is very bad news. Lise, there's no doubt that they're hiding some tricks, and since you know you can't use all your power, they'll go all out. But can you only use 1 grimoire? Issei, yes, apparently the rules say that I can only use 1, so today I asked Ilya for help, but if I can't use my booster gear, then we're going to destroy them with shots. Imagine. Conception. At that, a gun materialized in each of Issei's hands, and taking advantage of this, Issei charged a little of his dragon power, but he made sure that it wasn't from the booster gear, but from his own dragon power, since that way he wouldn't break the rules that the director said about his sacred gear. Issei, then, let's shoot that thing. Please, come on, just make sure you don't hit me, only you have the right to see my naked body, Issei-kun. Issei, upon hearing that, blushed slightly. Yui, it's been a while since I last saw him use them. Eren, yes, that's right. Yui, but... Eren, yes. In that, both magicians put their weapons together. Eren joins her spear with Yui's orchestra rod and they create a magic circle together. Yui, give it your all, Oni-san. Eren, even if you are the magic king, we will revive your attack head-on. Issei, very well, you asked for it. Twin Dragon Meteor. At that moment, two enormous green and red energy dragons are shot out of Issei's guns. Yui, Eren-chan. Eren, okay. In that, the two with the magic circle they created used it to stop the dragons, which worked for a few seconds, but after that the dragons, with all the power they had, destroyed it. Meanwhile, the spectators were very excited about the fight. Look, incredible, it seems the candidate's attack was stronger than a divine song and a sacred seal, huh? Lilith, if song and music were originally offerings given to the gods, the chaotic rune is a macro that manifests the power of the gods in the runes. Look, but even increasing their power they were not able to resist the double attack of the candidate. At that moment the girls hear someone speaking to them from behind. Akio, look who we have here. Upon hearing them, Mira and Lilith turned around, seeing that the people behind them were Akio and Levi, who had also come to watch the fight. Mira, yes, after all, this is a magic research meeting, so it's normal to see that we can learn magic from other people. Akio, but you're really just worried about Nai-chan's body, right? Hearing that, Mira blushed completely. Look, what? Levi, oh yeah, I'm sure Lilith-sensei is super worried about Issei-san. Lilith, that's not dash. Akio, well, I'm also worried about my beloved, or rather, I'm worried that the Magic King's seal will get out of control. Look, beloved? Akio, ho? Are you more curious about that than the seal? Look, when she realizes that, she gets nervous and blushes. Mira, hey? You are, well, I have to, as the leader of the security group and in the name of justice. While that was happening, Levi and Lilith just watched while Lilith held back her desire to laugh at Mira. Levi, by the way, I have a feeling that trouble is coming for this tournament. Lilith, yes, I can feel it too, call it butterflies or just a bad feeling that something is approaching. Levi, I just hope we don't have any surprises during the tournament. Akio, although it seems that will not happen. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, we can see how Luff was helping Hijiri walk, who had recently come out of her crystal where the director of the Liber Academy had kept her. Luff, how are you feeling, Hijiri? Can you walk? Run? And seduce? Hijiri, my body still feels hard. I think I'll trip like a clumsy girl if I try to run. Luff, when that happens I will gallantly. Luff, I will stumble next to you and show my skill. When Hijiri heard Luffa's answer, he couldn't help but feel a drop of sweat on his head, but then Luffa's expression changed completely to a serious one because of what he had just felt. Luff, who's there? At that point, in the dark hallway ahead, they begin to hear footsteps approaching them. At this, Luff unsheathes his sword and prepares to protect Hijiri. Unknown, impressive, my magic is supposed to completely erase my presence. In the dark hallway ahead, Anastasia appears, already following a hooded person. Luff, even if you erase your presence I can still smell your treasure, especially from the girl over there. I can feel a great treasure coming from her. At that, the girl who was accompanying Anastasia is surprised since she did not expect that Luff could feel her treasure. Unknown, hey, you noticed my collection, I'm impressed. Anastasia, it's a pleasure to meet you, Holy Fall, Kasuga Hijiri-san. Hijiri, nice to meet you. Saint of Resurrection. Anastasia I-san, the fact that you woke up and came here, does that mean you're also after Issei-san? Anastasia, same to you, you plan to erase the power of the Magic King, right? Hijiri, yes, I have been trained to defeat the Magic King. Anastasia, ho, how scary, then you'll probably delete me in an instant. While they continued talking, the hooded girl and Luff were far away from them, afraid of the aura that the two gave off while they were chatting. Hijiri, I don't mind it being here. Unknown, why your partner's face is terrifying. Anastasia, haha, you don't have to be shy. Luff, why yes, but the pressure coming from your little saint is also suffocating. Returning with Anastasia and Hijiri. Anastasia, in any case, our battle with him is still far in the future. Hijiri, I don't think so, Issei-san is going to fight with us, not with you. At that, Hijiri wipes away his smile and puts on a completely serious face, looking at Anastasia. Hijiri, I will erase the power of the Magic King before you even have the chance. At that, Anastasia blushes and looks sweetly at Hijiri. Anastasia, I see, you really care about him, don't you? Hijiri was surprised by this statement. Hijiri, huh? Anastasia, while everyone sees him as the candidate for Magic King, you are the only one who respects him for his personality. I'd bet he would be happy to hear that. Hijiri, well, of course. Meanwhile, returning with Luff and the unknown woman. Unknown, I guess you win in the holy girl genre. Luff, maybe for now, I'm sure there will eventually be something for evil planning saints. Anastasia, very well, if you can defeat Issei-san, I'll see you in the finals, Hijiri-san. At that point, the two of them start walking in different directions and Luff and the stranger follow their companion. Hijiri, of course I won't give you the opportunity to face Issei-san in a fight. After that they all leave, but what they hadn't noticed is that the entire conversation they had between them was heard and seen by Issei's grimoire, Sora. Meanwhile, returning to the fight between Issei and Lise against Eren and Yui, we can see how the entire audience that was watching the confrontation was impressed by the battle that was taking place at this moment. We can see how Eren goes with her spear against Lise, and with the spear she counters an attack from Lise that was headed towards her. This causes the attack to affect Lise instead of Eren, which causes her to be wrapped in energy chains. After that, Lise manages to free herself from her chains, only to then observe how Yui was preparing another spell. Lise, huh? Yui, now this is Yui's dream world. At that point, several animated characters such as frogs and clouds made as if they were a drawing begin to appear across the field, but when Lise saw them, seconds later she could witness how the characters exploded in front of them, and then she turns to see Issei shooting to finish off the creatures. Lise, thanks for the assist for a nice shot. Issei, I think it's time to end this so that it doesn't drag on any longer than necessary. Lise, although we're not getting anywhere. Issei, no? Lise, you didn't read the tournament rules, darling Kuin, right? Issei, ugh, I completely forgot. Lise, I thought so. Lise, this battle is essentially a magic show. It is based on points. The audience awards points based on the magic that is presented to them. What? Selena, they almost blocked the attack of the Magic King, but it seems that he turned out to be stronger than they thought, although the huge barrier they placed at the beginning was impressive. Issei, then highlighting is also important. Lise, if that's why the current is going completely in your favor. Meanwhile, in the stands, we can see how the group of DxD girls were excited watching Issei fight with the others. Selena, director, what does the stage look like? Director, let's see. As for the dome-shaped barrier, everyone is thinking who? Selena, indeed, even more impressive is that within the barrier is Yui's world. Therefore, she is able to perform spells similar to those of a Magic King himself in her own restricted world. Director, exactly. And Eren-san's usual spell-oriented skills are surpassing even a meal-type mage with her spear skills. And every time Lise-chan and Eren-chan engage in combat, all we get is a small gift option for the eyes of the merchandise. Director, that's worth some points. Selena, whatever. The impact is what matters. Lise-chan doesn't have any massive spells either, so Issei-kun's side is at a huge disadvantage. Director, that's right. If time runs out, the candidate will suffer an unexpected defeat. Yui, very well. Selena, Yui will show another of her aces. Issei, surprisingly, Yui-chan has another. Yui, reconnecting to Avaricia file executing, Thema, shape shift. In that, Yui's appearance changes completely to the appearance of a much more mature and grown-up Yui. Yui, hey, what do you think? My adult form is also good, isn't it? Issei, indeed. She's magnificent. She's criminal. She's only surpassed by Lilith's figure in the academy. Lilith, the body of someone who is a criminal. At that, Issei, seeing that Lilith heard what he said, got a little scared. Lise further increased the magic of the Cardinales class. Yui, it's true, although it's only here within the confines of this land. Issei, that means? Yui, this means, borrowing the name of the attack you used when you saved me, Meteor Symphony. At that point, many meteors began to fall on the place where they were fighting. As they fell, Issei and Lise dodged them, although Issei could block those that he could with his guns, shooting them with enough power to destroy them. Issei, look at all of them. Lise, they are too. Yui, ha 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 ha, they think they can escape. At that point, many more meteorites begin to fall, surprising the boys and alerting them. Lise, Issei, we can't contain ourselves. Issei, yes, let's do it. At that, Issei takes Lise's hand, and so they both begin to activate a spell. Lise, ball restart. After that, the whole field is covered by Lise's magic enhanced by Issei's magic. Lise, this is ours. Issei, trump card. In that, when they activate the magic, Yui's and Erin's clothes change back to the school uniforms they were using before. Seeing this, the girls were very surprised and wanted to do it too. Yui, what? Erin, us, went back in time. Yui, you two are back where we started. Chapter 24, An Unexpected Encounter. We stayed in the part of the meeting where Issei and Lise had just performed one of their special techniques which allowed them to go back in time in the fight to a moment where Erin and Yui had not activated their Magus mode to fight. The entire audience was surprised by the technique revealed by the candidate for Magic King, and the renegade magician and current couple. The Gremory girls and Sirzek were the same since they did not expect Issei to have learned that new type of powerful magic. Erin, ball reincarnate. Yui, are we going back in time? The two girls were surprised, and after confirming that they went back in time, they saw how Issei and Lise had smiles on their faces, but what bothered the girls the most was that Lise was still holding Issei's hand. Selena, this is? What's going on, director? While Selena was asking, the director of the academy was standing with one hand on his chin, watching while a smile formed on his face. Director, that one just now was a high-class technique, controlling magical power at the same level as the last crest, with Issei-kun. Director, the goal of the rewind magic is a time jump macro. When the students heard the explanation of the director of the academy, they were surprised. Public time skip? Director, it means that Erin-chan and Yui-chan have returned to before the battle with this spell. Meanwhile, returning to the battle, we can see how Yui was pouting. Yui, even though I finally entered Hexi mode. Erin, just for a fleeting moment. Issei, seeing how the girls reacted, burst out laughing. Issei, aha! What did you think? It was amazing, wasn't it? Yui, humph. Issei, although Yui-chan's normal form is still very Hexi and cute. When Yui heard Issei call her Hexi and pretty, she became very happy while blushing and releasing a little smoke from her ears. Yui, huh? As seriously? Hee hee. Meanwhile, Erin watched and put on a serious face. Erin, since we're at it, I'll use it. Yui, you'll use the trump card, huh? Erin, dear, this is my trump card. At that, Erin re-enters Magus mode while summoning his spear, but this was a new spear. Erin, limit release. When Erin summons his new spear, everyone can feel how its magical power has increased quite a bit. Lise, ugh. Issei, this power. Lise, it is the same presence as Hijiri. In that, Jedica speaks to Issei. Jedica, master, activation of an anti-magic king weapon confirmed. Issei, anti-magic king weapon? Erin, Odin's weapon. Spear of the god king Gungnir. Erin, as my beloved's companion, I will manifest this power right here. At that point, Issei starts talking to Jedica again. Jedica, leaving the target weapon, magic power increase confirmed. Yui, alright, Erin-chan. I'll support you with everything I have. Just like Eren, Yui reactivates her Magus mode to return to the confrontation against Issei and Lise. When Yui reactivates her Magus mode, she immediately casts a spell that enhances Eren's magical power. Lise, what? Lise, Yui is casting the chaotic rune. Jedica, due to the enormous power of Arc Symphonies, the target's chaotic rune has increased its magical power. At that point, Eren begins to prepare an attack against Issei and Lise. Issei, that magical power. Lise, it can't be this is. Jedica, Thema ruin due to Odin's armament. And Arc Symphony, Thema, victory, confirmed, the target mage has reached the Trinity. Issei, Eren. Meanwhile, the entire public was attentive and excited about what would happen next since they did not know how the candidate for Magic King and his partner would respond. The members of the Supernatural were also impressed by the magical power that Issei's opponents were using at this moment, and were somewhat worried since until now they had not seen Issei use the booster gear. Selena, Director? Director, the number one wish of all magicians, Trinity, should be common knowledge that one must master 3 themes in order to achieve it, right? Selena, by improving her mythical armament and controlling an extra thema using Yui-chan's magic. Selena, why that means I've reached the Trinity, right? Meanwhile, in another part of the place we can see how Mira and Lilith were worried about what would come next. Mira, for Eren-san to reach the Trinity with Yui-san's assistance. Akio, Gibald, no, now it's Gungnir, huh? It must have cost him a lot to be able to obtain it. Lilith, the owner of that spear, Gungnir, was the All-Father and God of War and Death in Norse European mythology, the master of rune magic Odin, right? Levi: the Furious One. Huh. Lilith, I see, it means that the anger of the Trinity 7 suits Eren-san perfectly. Meanwhile, returning with Issei and Lise, they were somewhat nervous since they couldn't think of a way to counteract this, not to mention that Issei couldn't use the booster gear. Lise, Issei-kun, let's combine our power and do something. At that, Issei looks at Lise and notices how she had a nervous smile. Issei, can't you still smile, Lise? Lise, that's good since they're showing us magic like that up close. Even if it makes me disappear, I feel lucky to be a magician. Issei, it seems that's what it means to be a magician, but I won't let you disappear since right now Lise is my partner, and one of the people I love. Lise blushed when she heard that Issei loved her, but she became very happy inside, so she looked at him and smiled before quickly going to Issei and giving him a quick kiss on the lips, which Issei reciprocated. Meanwhile, in the stands we can see how Rias and the others began to smile in a peaceful way while they released an aura that caused everyone to be afraid, even the director. Akeno, Era, it seems like Issei-kun has been busy here. Kaneko, perverted senpai. Irina, it's not fair, now I'll have more competition. Raswise, Issei-san is just as perverted as Odin-sama. Asia, if only Issei-kun had asked me. While these were not the only jealous girls at this moment, since elsewhere we can see how Mira and Lilith were in shock at what they were seeing while feeling jealous. On the other hand, Akio also felt some jealousy since she also wanted a kiss from her Nii-sama. The only one who was different was Levi, who had a slight smile on his face. Look, what an impure boy. Lilith, how could they do something like that in public in the middle of a fight? Returning to the arena, Yui and Eren were not far behind with jealousy. Yui, Lise-chan is raising all kinds of flags with Oni-chan. Eren, it's okay. At that, Yui smiles and looks at Eren. Yui, the serenity of the main wife? Eren, I'll look for a magic that makes breasts bigger using Lise-san next time. Yui got nervous upon hearing Eren's answer. Yui, and not calm at all. Eren, anyway, since I can't keep this up for long, let's do it soon. Yui, right, Yui-chan has also put a lot of magic into this. Let's beat Oni-chan and go on a date. Eren, that's true, thanks Yui. Yui, this is all our power. Eren, here we go, dear. Eren/Yui, lower Valford. With Issei and Lise, they had already separated from the kiss. Issei, shit, Ilya, Lise. Ilya, impossible, Issei-san. Lise, yes, we can just dodge it. Issei, yes. Chrono calculation. In that, Issei and Lise try to activate the technique but fail because Issei gets out of control due to the Magic King mark and it doesn't work. Lise, Issei-kun. At that, Lise takes Issei's hand and hugs him to receive the impact. Issei, this will hurt. In that, Drake speaks inside Issei. Drake, buddy, I think it's time for you to try what we practiced since it doesn't hurt you now. That's when Issei remembers something. Issei, do you think it will work? Drake, no, you will lose nothing if you try. You have received more powerful attacks. Issei, okay, here we go. At that, Issei puts Lise behind him. Issei, Lise, stay behind me. Lise listens to him and stands behind Issei while hugging him and hiding her face in his back. Issei, well, here we go. Everyone was so impressed by the attack that no one noticed how Issei made a white gauntlet appear on his hand with a blue gem. Then the attack hits where Issei was, but suddenly something is heard. Issei, divide. 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 At that, the attack that was being stopped by Issei begins to lose power until it finally disappears but generates a smoke screen which Issei takes advantage of to make the gauntlet disappear. When the smoke cleared, everyone was in shock by what they were seeing. The candidate for Magic King was standing without a scratch after directly receiving an attack of that level. This includes the Gremry girls and Sirzek, since thanks to their enhanced senses they felt Vala's power but being used by Issei, which surprised them since they did not expect him to be able to use it. Returning to the battle, Issei is smiling since his plan had worked. Meanwhile, with Lise, she was hugging Issei tightly while waiting for the impact of the girl's attack, but after a few minutes of not feeling anything, she opens her eyes and sees how the attack had disappeared. Meanwhile, Yui and Eren were in shock since their trump card had somehow been neutralized by Issei, and they didn't have much magic power left. Issei, well, I think it would be best to finish this quickly. At that, Issei makes his guns appear again and fires his attack again. Issei, Twin Dragon Meteor. At that, Issei shoots the energy dragons that directly impact the girls, causing a cloud of smoke, and then they fall unconscious. When the girls fell unconscious, the entire audience shouted with excitement for the incredible combat that had been witnessed in the place. Selena. And so ends this impressive first battle, with the victory of the candidate for Magic King Issei-kun and his partner, the evil magician of the Trinity 7, Lise-chan. The whole group shouted with joy and euphoria due to the emotion. Meanwhile, we can see how Lilith and the others were impressed. Lilith, that was impressive. Look, it was supposed that with that power it was enough to defeat him, but he didn't receive a single scratch. Akio, Nisan is impressive, he's always full of surprises. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how Luff and Hijiri were impressed by the level of power displayed by Issei, since at that time Eren was almost at the same level as Hijiri and one of his most powerful attacks hadn't even scratched him. Luff, incredible, Issei-sen won, and that incredible attack didn't hurt him. It's clear that he held back in our confrontation. Hijiri, unincredible, I knew Issei-sen was powerful, but I didn't think it was at this level where an attack from a Trinity wouldn't even scratch him. In that place where Hijiri and Luff were, Anastasia and the other hooded person who accompanied her appear. Hooded, surprisingly, it seems he is more powerful than we thought. Hijiri, that's right, Issei-kun, full of surprises. Meanwhile, Anastasia was somewhat serious and nervous since seeing such an attack, and the fact that it didn't even cause the slightest scratch was impressive, even for a candidate for Demon King. Anastasia, I already hope our battle will be something incredible. After that, Anastasia and the other hooded woman left the place while Luff watched them. Luff, Hijiri, is it okay to let them leave like that? Hijiri, it's better to stop provoking them. At that, Luff quickly summons his sword and blocks an attack that was coming towards her. When he sees who launched the attack, he sees that it was the hooded person who was accompanying Anastasia. Hooded, oh, you stopped him. Luff, since Luff is still the second or third most powerful in the world. Hooded, then I must be the most powerful in the world, since I am the director of Akasha. Luff, that attitude, at least I've determined it's not arrogance. Hijiri, it seems like they are ready to fight, but what should we do? Anastasia, I don't really know either. At that, Hijiri feels Anastasia begin to release a dark aura and she jumps away from her. Hijiri, you! Anastasia, my theme is Terminus, and it's part of the Luxuria file. Hijiri, Terminus a lost magic file. Luff-san, let's leave for now. Luff HM? I understand. After that, Hijiri and Luff go one way while Anastasia and the director go another way, but then Luff stops and asks Hijiri something. Luff, Hijiri, what did you see? Hijiri, we must think quickly of a countermeasure, because if not Issei and the others they will all be swallowed by Terminus. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, more specifically in the infirmary, we can see how Issei was visiting Eren and Yui in the company of Lise. Eren and Yui were lying down and had some patches on their bodies. Yui, Oni-chan, how did you stop our attack? Eren, husband, how did you manage to defeat him? Issei, it's a secret technique. Yui, mo. That's unfair. But then Issei does something that surprises them and gives each of them a quick kiss on the lips, which makes them blush a lot and makes Yui start to steam from her head. Issei, I hope that serves as consolation. Akeno, Era, it seems that Issei-kun doesn't waste time if we leave him alone. At that, Issei hears a voice that causes him to freeze in place and feel very scared. He slowly turns around and sees Rias and the others at the entrance of the infirmary, but Sirzek was not there since he was talking to the director of the academy. Issei, hello G-girls. After that we can see how the girls go and beat Issei for being unfaithful, all this under the watchful eye of Lise, Eren and Yui, who were a little scared to see how their loved one was being massacred. When the beating finally ended, Asia began to heal Issei. Rias, well, I guess you'll explain to us who they are, right Issei-kun? Seeing Rias' smile that promised even more pain if he lied to her, Issei proceeded to tell her about his relationship with them, as well as introducing Rias and the others to Lise, Eren and Yui. After that, Issei greeted the girls correctly as he should with a kiss for each one, which brought a smile to their faces. Rias, well, it's a pleasure to meet Issei-kun's pieces and new couples. My name is Rias Gremory, Issei's current fiancé. When Eren said fiancé, she got jealous since she was supposed to be the wife of the Magic King. After that, everyone introduced themselves and continued talking until Rias asked Issei something. Rias, Issei. Issei, if you laugh. Rias, how did you manage to use Vala's power? Issei, well, it's because. Flashback starts. We can see how the chestnut was currently training at the academy, and for some reason the memory of his confrontation against Vala the first time after the meeting of the factions came to mind, where he somehow managed to use the dividing gear. Issei, hey Drake. Drake, what's up, buddy? Issei, I started to remember, and the fight I had against Vala came to mind, and I managed to use the dividing gear. Do you think I can still use it? Drake, it is assumed that if you used it, this would be detrimental to your health since it would take away years of life even if you were a dragon. But since you interacted with Ryusama, you have suffered some changes. As you know now, you can use the Juggernaut drive without dying, but what I also noticed is that somehow the power that remained of the dividing gear inside you managed to be assimilated in such a way that now theoretically you could use it without danger. And this is due to the intervention of Ryusama. Issei, I see, that's incredible. Then what I have to do is train to develop its power. Drake, yes. Issei, a judge, imagine how brave he will be when we use his own power to beat them. Drake, aha, it will be incredible to see Albion's expression when we defeat him using his own power. Flashback ends. Issei, well, that's why I can use his ability. Yui, that means you used his power against us. Issei, if the ability of the dividing gear is the opposite of mine, instead of doubling the power of the wearer, it allows the rival's power to be divided in half every time I use it, so in that way I manage to divide the power of his attack and use it against him with the Twin Dragon Meteor attack. Eren, incredible. Issei, by the way, Rias, how did you know that a school festival was being held and how did you manage to get here? Rias, well. So Rias tells him that they missed him and wanted to see him again, and secretly she wanted to repeat what happened that night, so they asked her brother for help since the director of the academy had informed him about the school festival. Issei, I see, so it was the director. After that they continued talking, but Lilith, Mira, Levi and Akio also arrived at the infirmary, and when they saw the Gremry girls they were surprised because they did not know who they were or what they were doing here. But then issei explained who they were, and they were surprised to know that all of them had a love relationship with the brown-haired boy. This also caused jealousy on the part of Lilith, Mira, and some of Akio. After that, issei and the girls left the place, leaving Yui and Eren alone to rest. When they left the infirmary, Rias and the others went to Sirzek to ask them where they would stay until the festival ended. Mira and Akio also went in another direction, as did the others until they left issei and Lilith alone. Lilith, I didn't expect you to have so many partners. Issei, yes. Lilith, tell me issei, do you love them all equally? Issei, yes, we love them all equally but at the same time in different ways. Lilith, I see, that's also with us. Issei, yes, although we haven't known each other for long, you have still become important to me, even to the point of developing a feeling of love for you, as with Liz, Eren and Yui. When Lilith noticed that he didn't mention her, she got a little depressed, but this was noticed by issei, who in a quick action does something that surprises Lilith and leaves her in complete shock. Issei was giving her a tender kiss on the lips. At first she didn't know what to do, but then he reciprocated while a blush formed on her face. The kiss was going well until someone interrupted them. Unknown, hey, this is getting interesting. Long time no see, Kohai and daughter. At that point, both of them separate and see who it was, and upon doing so, both are surprised and put on guard. Issei/Lilith, Abby's Trinity.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.